Okay, let's do this.
Give it a try.
On Thursday, June 14th, 2012, Ian Thompson and Victorian Erwin Klaus were sailing back from the Caribbean to Australia when their boat struck rocks. In the midst of the panic, they were able to call out on a satellite phone at 10:30 p.m. to alert relatives. Even an emergency locator beacon was activated. But the seas were high, making rescue impossible for at least 2 days. Since their boat was close to a number of islands, hope was held out that they made landfall and could be found alive as soon as the weather broke. An extensive air, sea, and land-based search coordinated by the Rescue Coordination Centre, New Zealand, covering more than 191 square nautical miles, failed to locate the men. 6 days later, a small wisp of smoke was seen rising from a deserted island, giving hope to the searchers.
Stories of wrecked sailboats and lost sailors are as old as seafaring itself. Last year, this year, and next year, sailors have been and will get lost, stranded, wrecked on reefs, thrashed around in cyclones. Sadly, the story of Ian Thompson and Victorian Klaus ended in tragedy. They were never found. Instead, once the storm had subsided, the wreck of their sailboat was found in 100 pieces, floating on the Pacific Ocean currents. One of the components of survival is luck. If you make it to land, what that land might be like is entirely dependent on luck. For this adventure, I'm joined by my old friend, Bob Wilson. But this is not about adventure. This is to show what could have been possible if Ian and Victorian had made it to safe shores. This is about survival.
So Bob and I have jumped ship, and we're expected to make landfall wherever we can on this stretch of shoreline on one of the main islands of Tonga.
Well, the crew is going to leave us here now. You can see them off in the distance there. Where you're actually on the mainland, but you can't climb or walk to civilization. That's one of the ironies of a lot of survival situations. It's very much a so close but yet so far scenario. You've been essentially coming along the coast, and this is the deal. You don't really have a lot of options for where you're going to land sometimes. I mean, this whole shoreline, and this is the mainland, is a lot of cliff action, tiny little beaches. Eventually, of course, there are settlements and towns and things like that. Depending on where you end up getting stranded, or where you end up cracking up your boat, or whatever happens, that's when luck comes down to it, as to what is close by. So tonight, we're gonna pull in somewhere in this cove here, check it out, see how we fare for the night. We do have a beach behind us we could get to if we need to, but this just looks decently protected. I'm gonna ground out right here. Keep it going.
Deciding where to land can be a crapshoot. A beach can seem obvious, but it can also wash out as high tide comes in, leaving you stranded against the rocks or the high jungle.
Wow, this is awesome. Dry land, lots of protection. This is the kind of safe cove you look for. Now, whether we can get up into the land, that's another story. I don't really know if we can or not. We got caves. A couple of options, actually. Let's get the raft, get everything safe up here and dry. Right. And then we'll explore and we'll figure out where we want to spend the night.
Caves too can be a death trap if the tide comes in high, but these ones look to be dry enough. In fact, they almost look too good to be true.
Couple things. Bob and I were talking about caves, and as much as they can be exciting, and you know you've got instant shelter, a lot of times they can be extremely damp, dank, you know, bats, and usually the ground is like this. There's the other cave. Smaller, more exposed, but still plenty protected in a lot of ways. Which cave do you prefer? Better bottom on this one. So, let's stay here.
Bob's right. This is the only flat ground to take advantage of, so the decision is made easy. A major component of survival, luck, is with us today. With two men surviving together, the workload can be shared, making most everything twice as fast and twice as effective. But the lingering issue when there are multiple survivors is always the same. There are two mouths to feed, not just one. As it turns out, we're not actually that far from civilization. If we could climb these cliffs, we could potentially walk out to a village somewhere on the mainland. It's always a frustrating thing for any lost victim to be unable to get to home safely when they know they're close.
There's a trail right down here. I mean, this is a cleared, cut trail. Wow. Actually, the trail goes up and over. Oh my goodness. Wow. So we've got another little cove around here with a beach. Oh, no, the water's gonna lock me out right now. Okay, so high tide, this is a no-go. We're fine where we are. We're settled in a cave. We're on the mainland. I'm guessing this trail will hike us right out. We're not going to hike out. That's not why we're here.
So luck is indeed with us. An established trail behind the cave seems to lead up and out to civilization, and our own shipwreck scenario could end now if we wanted it to. But we'll get to work instead and utilize the advantage of being a team of two that can work together to procure survival for the night.
Got something?
Yeah, I had one lighter with fuel and one lighter with spark.
Our first issue is fire. We have lighters, but they become soaked by immersion in the ocean.
Careful, don't pull away quick. Gentle. I need husk. Lots of husk. Why I got these big chunks on here? That's not gonna do us any good at all right now. It's gotta be all small, light stuff.
Even with Bob's inventive technique of using one lighter to spark the other one's fuel, he still missed one important beat, kindling preparation. So I'm kind of jumping on his case to make sure we have the fire we need to keep the damp ocean night chill away for the next 10 hours.
There's nothing there that's really gonna catch. All right, small twigs, nothing too big, nothing too big. We got something happening here. Okay, so let's speed on this guy. Bob's got it now. He's just gonna keep feeding twigs and branches onto it. Bob's really good at getting the fire going. At his cottage out here, when it's so delicate like that, it's a different story. You've got to start off so tiny all the time, small, 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 and work your way up until you really have a base. But the brilliant thing Bob did was, which I never even considered, was we had one lighter that had fuel that would come out and the other one that still had a spark but no fuel. So you use the spark from one lighter to light the fuel in the other lighter. And as far as I'm concerned, that was brilliant.
I kind of assumed that husk was going to grow like crazy.
No, the husk won't flame. It'll only hold the ember. That's why it's a great way to carry fire. You got to have something else to catch the flame. You got her now, buddy.
Even though it's the tropics, fire is still a vital necessity. The nights will be cool and damp. In survival, when luck is on your side, you don't want to become complacent, for it can change in a moment, and your ordeal goes from surviving to trying to survive. And there's a big difference. Together, Bob and I jumped in the ocean, and together, we'll experience the difference between surviving on one's own and having a partner to work with. The beauty of not being alone is simply the conversation and camaraderie. Loneliness, one of the toughest psychological aspects of survival to deal with, is not something I'll have to worry about on this venture. the will to live, having a survival kit, your personal skill set, your physical conditioning. These are the four main components of survival. But the fifth and least tangible component is luck. I'm not even sure what it means. I only know when you have it and when you don't. If the two lost sailors had made any kind of landfall at all, it could have been luck or a combination of acquired skills. If that landfall was habitable, that would have been lucky, but they would have at least each other, and that's a huge advantage in a survival ordeal.
Well, while Bob works on seeing if we can turn those oars into actual oars and not paddles, because it's really awkward, I have the unfortunate job of mending myself. I was feeding the fire, I was holding onto the rock with one hand, moving the sticks around with the other hand, and then I stepped on one of the branches of firewood. Now, it was like a V-shaped. Well, the top heavy end came down and just, bam, landed right on the end of my finger, my middle finger, nearly crushing the bone. And then you have to take a red-hot poker and come down through the top of the nail until it goes pop, and it shoots out like a water fountain and relieves the pressure. I'm hoping it doesn't get to that state, but it hurt, so.
So it's a small bit of bad luck, but still significant. Losing the use of a hand or even a finger can change how and if you can do things.
Well, in spite of the sun coming down on me right here, it's actually raining out there, which shows you in the tropics how quick you can go from blue sky to a downpour. So we're just in under the edge of the cave. What we're going to do is we're going to head out of here. We're not going to stay in this cave for the rest of the time. We're going to head out to an island. Before we do that, I want to go over the survival gear that we have. I had to look at this whole scenario in two ways. One is what happens when two men like Ian Thompson and Victoria and Klaus have to ditch quick. In that situation, do you have a ditch bag that's ready to go? Bob and I did. We had our backpacks. And as a result, got boots in there. We've got our rain gear. We've each got our multi-tools and our knives. The other thing that I wanted to do, though, was I wanted to set up our more official ditch bag. And this I just picked up off the counter. It was empty, so I know what's in it. And that's a key point. A lot of times, 2 people will go out, 4 people will go out, and the only person who knows what's in the survival kit is the person who set it up. Bob should know everything that's in this kit. He should have been with me when I filled it. If there was any kind of extreme emergency in a scenario like this, Bob is left to scramble, wondering what's in here. Are there flares? Are there matches? Is there a signal mirror? Is there a radio? He wouldn't know. So in this case, we're going to go through the kit, and this will be Bob's first shot at seeing it as well. Rope. This I just grabbed for fun. All right, survival blanket, mask and snorkel. This almost seems decadent. Taking a fishing net in a survival pack? The reality is, yeah, I find fish nets all around the ocean shores. With any luck at all, it'll fill our bellies. We've landed in a spot that looked like it was the one safe spot we could land. It turns out we could get out here. But we're here to survive. What we're going to do is we're going to get back in our raft, we're going to head out, and we're going to make our way over to an island and continue surviving.
We also have 1 jug of fresh water, and I threw in my own personal survival kit with first aid. This location was the ultimate in lucky. We could walk out. So I want to strand us where we can't. We're here to test out dual survival based on a shipwreck. So we need to strand ourselves on an island where we can't walk home.
Now, yeah, more right, straight. Now, go, go, go. Another big wave coming, lean towards me. Okay, made it out. Let's go find an island.
It does go to show you that of all the random places we could have landed last night, it wasn't that hard to find one that offered near instant salvation, a trail up and out. So I've radio signaled the crew to come back to give us a ride 50 miles away to a small group of islands. But even for this, we find ourselves floating about between the swells, with the crew unable to find us. Fortunately, they do, and they've dropped us off near a tiny group of islands.
The crew has repositioned us so that we can basically paddle for waves and make it back to one of these islands. No easy chore once we get out in the open ocean area here. We've got all of the wind and current coming at us. We got to make it over there. So we're going to be coming onto a lot of reef, but there's one little break in the reef we can hit. will. Yes, indeed. Well, the deal now is we're on an island, plain and simple. Tide is coming in, and it's coming in fast. How much of this beach we have after high tide, I don't know. But Bob and I are gonna have to get our stuff up under the high ground and then take a look around.
I want to see if our luck changes or if it holds. There is no longer a trail out of here. The safety net is removed. We have no food and only a small bit of water left. So the beautiful impression of surf and sand betrays the immediate need of food, water, and shelter. A tropical paradise can also be nothing more than a sun-scorched prison.
Whoa, don't. Watch it. That's the most poisonous snake in the world. Whoa, don't. Watch it. I'm pretty sure that's a pelagic sea snake. That's the most poisonous snake in the world, according to many people. Wow. I'm glad you stopped me from stepping on that.
That was close, man.
We're gonna have to watch ourselves on this island.
Keep your eyes open.
There's a stinger. Well, tell me what you think we should do tonight. Like now. We've got about 5 hours of daylight.
Get a fire put going, get all the fire put together, ready to light for sundown.
Sleep on the raft again tonight?
I look likely. Yeah.
It's not raining. That's good luck. It's not difficult to walk around in the jungle here. That's good luck. We have a soft, sandy beach all around the island. And that's good luck. So complacency can take over our perspective quickly. Yet I can't let it. We need to get to work, and even in such a tropical paradise, that still means shelter and warmth. I'm working on a new shelter using our raft as our bed, while Bob uses his two-lighter technique to get a new fire going. But in one moment of complacency, Bob changes our luck of having two lighters by accidentally leaving one of them within reach of the flames. The one lighter alone is now useless, which means turning to our survival kits and using up precious fire-starting supplies. We don't talk much tonight. We just get down to work. We have no cave to shelter us this night, but we do have a few of the survival items like an emergency blanket and plastic garbage bag. Whatever I do, whatever mistakes I make or advantages I find will affect Bob, and vice versa. This is the beauty and the problem with dual survival. We have to work together or we can bring each other down quickly and make survival much tougher than it needs to be.
Bob and I made it through the night pretty well, unscathed. We must have fallen asleep pretty well in the beginning of the night, and as a result, fire died on us. But that's not the scariest part of the night was that the tide came up so high. This entire island, all of the sand is obliterated by high tide. Well, last night, the water came all the way up to right there, just right in front of that camera right there. So basically about 6 feet from our raft is how high the water came up.
It's time to see what other supplies we have available.
My whole point with the survival kit is a part of what I like to do just to make sure I'm getting things right. So this is my kit, and it starts with this. The pouch itself becomes actually a bit of a catch bag, a container. Flint and striker, fire pellets, of course, rope. Garbage bag, great for signaling, and if we need to, we can cut it apart and make ourselves a better rain roof here. Pack of fishing gear. Flagging tape. And of course, last but not least, my favorite part of all of it, we've got a pot now. So that's my survival kit, and I want to see how this makes life better for us. Bob will be back soon with some coconuts, I hope, so I will start making a place where we can husk them.
Communication is key when you're not alone in survival, and Bob has a determined mind of his own. As much as he wants to do whatever he can to make things better for us both, without communication, we may start to frustrate each other.
I'm gonna head down to the shore over here. See a palm tree by the beach. I'd like to see if I can get some big, smooth-shelled, drinking coconuts. Really thick in here.
It's the kind of stuff that worries me. Bob's been gone for at least an hour now. And what we didn't do was we didn't say how long he would be gone for. We didn't establish that. So as a team, we're pulling a fail on communication. Where's Bob? And when's he coming back?
As Bob Wilson and I live out shipwreck survival on what would appear to be a tropical paradise, he heads inland for a trip that I thought should have taken 20 minutes, yet a couple of hours have passed, and I instantly start thinking the worst-case scenario. What if he snapped an ankle or been bitten by a snake? So I've taken to eating coconuts to kill the time and get my mind on better things. But inside, I'm frustrated and I'm worried.
All right, I should be in now. This piece in the middle, some people call it the coconut apple. I call it the best part. It's gonna be great. And here comes Bob. Hey, Bob. Wow. Look at them all. Wow, okay. So if these are all edible, we're rocking. Well, we made one mistake, and that was we didn't establish any communication. I thought you were only going to be gone 15 minutes. From now on, we split up. We should talk about how long we expect to be. And so each other knows. Bob and I are boosted up a bit from the energy of eating some of the coconuts. Shelter's kind of set up. A lot of fire material has been gathered. And we've got a boost of energy right now. We're going to make use of it by hiking in to the center of the island just to see what else we can find.
Proactive survival will always mean checking out the surrounding area for advantages.
A lot of times when you look at an island and you see all of the coconuts are missing off the trees, and it's not a place where there are a lot of humans, that's often the reason is coconut crabs going up, cutting down, eating them on the ground. So even that tree up there, I mean, there's not much on it, probably because coconut crabs. I mean, we've got so many great coconuts just on the ground that we can eat. All Bob and I are really looking for are the green coconuts, so we can get a nice full drink of water out of them, and that extends our own water supply. One of the key things to surviving a long time is making sure that what you have that works lasts a long time. So if you can, for example, keep drinking coconut water without getting serious diarrhea, make your own water supply last, you survive longer. And that's something we wouldn't mind doing, is getting ourselves some green coconuts. It's just they're up so high. It's not as easy as it looks. Bob, what I'm going to do is as we walk through the forest, I've brought the flagging. So I'm going to flag the trail. If you're really stuck in a survival situation for a long period of time and you start setting off trails, I mean, it helps so that you don't get lost if you got to find your way back, but it also tells anybody who's looking for you that you come this way. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a little black magic marker, and you could actually write a note on the flagging tape, maybe write the date down or something like that. Remember we were talking about the coconut crabs and baiting them? Well, there's 3 coconut trees with big mounds. It might be a good place to go bust open some of those coconuts and create some bait. You know what? I continually keep putting this machete down, and it's so brown, I keep almost losing it in the coconuts. Survival gear needs to be able to be found quickly. It can be ugly. It doesn't have to be pretty, but you don't ever want to lose it.
While Bob struggles to get through the coconuts with his machete, I'm conserving my energy and the sharpness of my blade, normally getting through with only 1 or 2 chops. It's not a machismo thing. It's just years of acquired skill at a seemingly easy job.
How does he do that anyway?
You need a lesson on how to open these things, don't you? I heard you chopping away like a lumberjack back there.
I was getting a drink.
Oh, were you? If you were to just pick on this size coconut,
Yeah.
right? Just get a small one. Save your machete, get a nice small one, line it up, get comfortable, and do the Bruce Lee thing.
Yeah.
See the machete go through to the other side. Put that out for Mr. Crab. Ooh, sponge.
Hey.
SpongeBob.
It's the simple, small things in survival that can make a huge difference. While I decided to tie ugly orange flagging tape around my machete, Bob didn't. And the result was the two of us losing almost 2 hours searching for his machete amongst the jungle floor debris. Time is not a luxury one has in a survival ordeal. Time is always running out. So you don't want the same to happen to your luck.
Wow, it just says coconut crab, doesn't it? So areas like this, coconut crabs will come out of. They like to hide in the rocks. Bob's got a good idea to bait right by the holes here. All right, if you're gonna go with a crumb trail up to the holes, at this spot, I'm gonna set up a trail cam. And unlike Bigfoot, I don't think coconut crabs recognize what these are.
We'll head back to camp. Bob's going to give fire starting his best shot using a flint striker from the survival kit. But his frustration is going to lead him right to the one precious store of limited matches.
I tried the magnesium, but the grass, even the grass itself, is still too damp. It's not even taken. So, matches.
No, that's a waste of the matches. I'll have to show you. So this is using just the spark, nothing else.
In the name of survival, I couldn't help myself. I had to jump in and stop him from using up the small supply of matches from the kit when I knew it was possible to get a fire going with just a spark.
There we go. Just with sparks only. See how I pressed down, I was digging? That's the difference.
Phenomenal. That's why he's Survivorman.
It wasn't about showing off. It's just that supplies like matches are everything in a survival situation.
That's a pretty simple problem to have. It was made sort of famous in the Castaway movie as trying to get into a coconut. So we're trying a couple of different methods, and I thought, why not? What about burning it off? Not only did it work, but I think it's given us a hot drink. Wow, that's hot. Wow.
Amazing.
Oh, we got to do this more often. That's a great way to get into a coconut. Heat up the water.
Just like my philosophy of saving matches when you have them, we can now save the edges of our machetes by burning open the coconuts instead of chopping them and risk dulling or even breaking our blades. I'm working to keep luck on our side.
So what we've done is we've put all these split coconuts, left them out here as bait, hoping we might find at least some hermit crabs.
Mirroring two men shipwrecked, Bob Wilson and I are seeking out all the survival advantages we can on a remote island off the country of Tonga. Working together, we've been able to split up our responsibilities. I'll keep the fire going tonight, while Bob checks the bait we left out to entice large coconut crabs. There can be massive coconut crabs on this island big enough to be a full meal in themselves.
That bait is bone dry. All gone.
It would seem that the crabs are not the only coconut eaters on this island. For now, the hermit crabs will have to be our main meal.
You got one. Let's see what you got.
One in the bag.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we'll add them to the bounty.
Nice.
Luck is keeping weather on our side. We've watched rain go by us a dozen times, but we've stayed dry and out of any of the storms that are blowing by, enabling us to take time to keep searching for food.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well,
Very good.
That's a great job.
Yeah,
Job well
really,
done.
Really good.
It was a long day, but a good day. Lots of coconut on this island, and getting those hermit crabs and for Bob and I to be able to chow down on them, unbelievable. I always like to eat right before bed in a survival situation because then all night long, our digestive systems will be digesting the hermit crab and the coconut that we ate, and hopefully that keeps us warm internally. The fire is radiating an incredible amount of heat into the shelter. It's fantastic, even though it's about 4 feet away. We can move it closer if we need to. The other thing we made sure tonight is we're actually sleeping on top of the life jackets. They were soaking wet. We couldn't use them last night. So tonight, we've had them dried out all day, and that should stop a lot of the cold from the ground coming up and just basically chilling our bodies down. The three main zones of assessment in survival are your body, what is immediately around you, and then lastly, what is further afield. In this case, what's further afield is the ocean itself. We know there's bounty to be had, but how close is it? And how easy or difficult will it be to take advantage of it?
While Bob's out checking the bait early this morning to see if there's any more hermit crabs we can gather up and eat later, I'm thinking now that it's time we get out and check out our last zone of assessment, the ocean. You've got to be careful because one wrong move and you snap an ankle or gash yourself against the rocks, everything is over. We've got to get ourselves out of here. So the first safest is to go and just try fishing with a line. Second safest would be try fishing with a net. And lastly, the most dangerous would be spearfishing with snorkel and mask. Always go with your safest and easiest bet first in a survival situation. And in this case, we'll try some line fishing. Just gotta find myself a small plastic bottle, which sadly is not a difficult thing to do when you're on the edge of the ocean. There's our fishing reel.
While Bob fashions the line and lures from the mini survival kit together into a usable fishing reel, I'm working on making a spear.
Just figure we're not using a slingshot. Maybe I can use the rubber off of it and make a sling spear for spearfishing.
Once again, being two instead of one in a survival situation makes life, and therefore survival itself, easier. I've broken the small scissors off my multi-tool, which was no easy thing to do, and taken apart the slingshot to use as the rubber sling. Along the way, my casual approach leads to another accident.
Yeah, son of a gun.
At this rate, I'm gonna run out of fingers.
I just sliced my finger. This hand is slowly getting beaten up pretty badly.
So that's actually the scissors from my multi-tool. So come in here. Worth a try. It's time to get out and try our luck at fishing, spearing, and netting. We can leave the net anchored with rocks on the tidal area over the coral. The beauty of the net is that it can work constantly when we don't have to. Next, we'll try our luck at fishing. I'll row and keep the raft steady while Bob sees what he can land.
It's like so many things in survival. Bob is really comfortable as a fisherman. He's been fishing all his life. But this is a lot different from fishing in northern Ontario with a rod and reel, when all he has is a plastic bottle and a jig that he can throw out there.
After at least 2 hours of fishing with Bob in the raft, yet catching nothing, we've decided to split up. There are times to work together and times to work separately, and it's a judgment call which way will be successful. I'll try spearfishing while Bob walks the reef edge with the fishing kit. As I take several shots at fish, the makeshift spear is clumsy at best.
Hit a squid!
With ink squirted out after my attempt to catch a squid, Bob finally has some luck and lands a small reef fish only a few yards away.
Well, I gave it my best shot there. I was in for a good hour and a half trying to see if I could spear a fish. I hit one fish in the side, and I hit him again in the side, and then he just disappeared on me. I couldn't find him again. At least it's not difficult swimming out there. There's no current pulling you away or undertow or anything like that, so it's possible to hover there and spear fish. But boy, they're fast, and it's a clumsy spear, so it's not the fastest. But anyway, Bob's going to give it a shot now.
The net we left out is empty, so I've taken to walking the reef area looking for anything at all I can catch from up above. It's also time to show Bob just how quick and efficient a fire can be made with just a spark and a tiny bit of tinder from the survival kit.
Let's do a tally of what we've got. We've got the 2 coconut crabs.
Yeah.
Right. This little beauty. Nice going. It's great though. Still though, right? Taste of fish.
Fish is fish.
And that's fantastic.
Grab these off the beach.
Yeah, we can cook them right in the coals. Those snails will pull right out of there. Seems to me like you did a lot better than me today.
Hard to do.
I only caught one thing.
Wow. No flipping way. Look at that.
Where did you get that? I wasn't even fishing. I was walking along the reef, but I had a poker in my hand.
Yeah.
Saw him slipping underneath the rock.
No
Or under some coral, I guess.
Holy moly. That's great. That's amazing.
Now we're eating. Look at this. Look at the meal now. So your fish, hermit crabs, 3 snails, and octi.
Fabulous.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Tomorrow, Bob and I will head out of here, knowing that if we were stuck here for an extended period of time, drinking would be the hard part. We'd be getting little sips of coconut water on a daily basis, and that's not enough. In the rainy season, it'd be easy. Right now, it's tough. No fresh water on this island, and no rain, and that would kill us from dehydration. And 5 to 8 days, we'd be done. This is what happens when you stay put. If you're stranded, you're stuck, and you've got to survive, you catch a rhythm of the lands, rhythm of the critters that are all around, figuring out what to catch, when you can catch it. We can cycle our jobs. Whoever's in the mood to spearfishing, spearfishes. Whoever's in the mood to walk the reef, walks the reef. Who's ever in the mood to gather coconuts, gathers coconuts. And that way, as a team, we can work together and effect some pretty excellent survival. Wow, that's delicious.
So luck is with us. We have food, fire, and shelter. But we are out of water. And if I'm not careful, I'm going to run out of fingers to use.
Okay, let's do this. Oh God! I put too much pressure on it, right into my finger with the burning end. Holy crap! Wow! So I went through with the heat, and I just a little too much pressure at the end, and I popped, and when I popped and went through, I touched underneath the fingernail into the skin, into the blood in the skin. Oh shit! Take that. Oh. Okay, well, I'm just gonna relieve the pressure. Get this blood out. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, can you see this happening?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, the idea here is to get the blood out and relieve the pressure. I wasn't supposed to push all the way through. I was just supposed to create the hole. Oh. Oh boy. Oh. Wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. You see all the blood gone now?
Oh yeah, the deed is
Right.
done.
Deed's done, so it's... Get all the juice and the blood out of
Yeah.
there.
Completely changed color.
Yeah. Whew.
We've been lucky. Tragically, luck is not always with people who become shipwrecked, lost, or stranded. And even when luck is with you, how long can it last? Without water, we die. Without food, we die. Without shelter, we succumb to the elements, and we can die. We can have the will to carry on. We can have an experienced set of skills, physical strength, and even a good set of supplies. But sometimes, bad luck will override all of that, and we perish.
You know, it's really easy to sit on couches and judge other people's experiences of survival or tragedy. Yet few of us can actually say, I know what that feels like. I know what they went through.
Didn't think I'd ever get lost, you know. Thought I was too smart for that to happen.
Me and him woke up usually every morning sopping wet. I had frostbite on my feet, but not near as bad as his.
I took my shoes off, all the skin came off my foot. I didn't want to do that again.
Safe and warm in our houses, the actions of others in a survival ordeal, they don't even seem to make sense. As couch-sitting judges, we hurl questions into the air out loud like, why didn't he build a fire? Why didn't she walk out? Why didn't they make a shelter? Well, I've said it many times. Unless you were there, you can't know. You see, they came out right here. I'm barely a mile from where they had to endure 6 days of survival hell.
Worst thing in the world is to hear your kid tell you, I'm dying.
And the part of the story that I didn't expect comes down to their love for each other. You see, it was that love that kept them together and kept them alive. Yet paradoxically, it was also that love that nearly caused them to perish.
In my search for survival knowledge, I look to the real-life stories of people who've survived, those who've suffered terribly but made it out, and those who've died trying. I'm attempting to mirror the story of the Kane family, a father, mother, and son that nearly perished only 1,700 feet from their car. I'll be taking along my own surrogate family near the west coast of Oregon to experience only a little of what the Kane family did. We'll survive here as a group of 3 to see where and how I would have done things differently.
The Kanes, because they were out mushroom hunting, had buckets with them. Unfortunately, along the way, I guess, they were tired of carrying them and they left them behind.
I had 2, she had 2, and then he had 1.
How big did you say they were?
They were 4 gallons each, and we have them taped together and have the lids so we can keep them sheltered. Got tired of beating myself carrying all of them through there.
That might be one difference that I correct right now, is I don't think we'll get rid of these because I think we can use these for survival. When you want to go off and do things like mushroom hunting, berry picking, gathering blueberries, whatever it is you're getting out in the bush, most of the time, you got to go off trail. And that's what the Kane family did.
It's so easy to venture off the trail and not watch where you're going. One good patch of mushrooms leads to another, and then to another, until finally you realize you haven't looked back in hours. You're hopelessly turned around, and possibly lost. I've done it myself, picking blueberries.
So right now what we'll do is we'll walk into the dark. And the reason being, rather than stopping and making a shelter and all the rest, is because that's exactly what happened to the Kane family. We do have one advantage over the Kanes. Well, actually we have a few. But one big one is it's not raining right now. It poured this morning, so everything's soaking wet. But they had rain hit them on their first night.
We were walking in the dark. It was raining, we were getting wet. His back was starting to bug him, so he found this little thing that went up and around. It was a rock cliff, and we built a huckabrush.
I broke hundreds of those off and piled them into an igloo.
Over the top of us.
Just laid inside of it and got sopping wet.
When the Kane family came out, they really did come out incredibly unprepared. I don't hold that against them. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, you know? You really think you're only going to be going out for a couple of hours, get a few mushrooms, and go home. Their story is actually not unique. I mean, who wants to carry around rain gear and backpacks when you think you're only going out for about 3 hours? They had been taught how to mushroom pick, what to look for, where to go, and unfortunately, all of that worked against them in the end. So we're gonna make some of the same mistakes that they made on purpose to test out this kind of survival, surviving as a family. But I'm also going to fix some of the mistakes as well. And hopefully we won't have to suffer as much as they did.
An often quoted statistic is that the majority of lost victims are found within 2 miles of their own house or car.
When someone gets lost coming out into the bush, basically involved in an activity that they enjoy, relaxed in, whether it's mushroom hunting or berry picking, it's that relaxed nature that often gets us into trouble because we're just not thinking survival. So the Kane family hiked right into the dark, but not in an aggressive way. They were picking mushrooms, and then it just got dark, and they couldn't find their way out. So it's like, no problem, we'll just huddle in, sleep for the night. They did get rained on, and hopefully that won't be our case. Because it's starting to get late now, the sun's starting to drop. I'm gonna stop us right here. So at this point, we're in for the night.
Nearly all survival stories, when they happen to average, everyday people, rather than extreme explorers or adventurers, seem to start off rather benign. So it's getting dark. No big deal. Let's just huddle together and enjoy the experience of staying out all night. It'll be an adventure. And tomorrow morning, we'll walk out of this place. No one, at this point, is expecting a horrific 6-day ordeal.
You curled up the first night under the huckabushes.
Huckabrush, yeah.
Huckabrush, you curled up. It was pouring down rain. You're getting wet now, but
As soon as we seen some daylight, we got up and started walking.
Okay.
We headed up again.
Headed up to see if we could see any type of road or clearing or anything.
And how did that
It
day
just
go?
got thicker and thicker and
Harder
worse.
and harder, and then I got down. I
He-
couldn't move.
He was literally crawling up the hills when we decided to send him up farther. And we decided to start building a shelter. There were some trees that had been fallen over, so we thought it would be a bright idea to throw other small trees on top of it and then throw huckabrush.
The Kane family didn't have a lot of supplies. Belinda had 2 folding knives. Mike had a folding knife. Dan had a belt knife and a folding knife. You've got 2 folding knives? Okay. I've got my folding knife and also actually the exact same belt knife that he had. They did not have any food. Now, that's understandable in a lot of cases. You think, well, you're only going to be out for 2 hours, I'm fine. I never go out without at least something. So you've got what?
I have a nice apple.
So you've got an apple and, right, so that's pretty normal for someone to head out and have something as simple as this. And what I've got, I'm trying a new bit of jerky. So between the 3 of us, that's essentially our food. That's not a lot. What I wanted to do was add in a couple of other components of survival and see if it makes any difference at all. First of all, simple garbage bag. I thought about them getting cold at night, and I grabbed one of those emergency space blankets. Little mini survival kit. I rarely would ever go out on a hike without at least one of these guys dangling from my belt. This was something that the Kane family did not have. They did not even have a water bottle. Mike and Belinda had little sandwich-sized baggie of toilet paper, and so we've got 2 of those. That made a big difference to their survival. Let's see how it helps ours.
With Monica and Sam acting as my surrogate family for this experiment, I'm interested to see how things play out for a family of 3 in a survival situation here in Oregon. The Kane family attempted to make a bit of a shelter out of hucklebushes. They had much rain to deal with. My surrogate family of Monica, Sam, and I have been lucky so far. No rain. So I've directed them to simply gather as many ferns as possible to see if we can create a large blanket of insulation. It's much too late in the day to be thinking about making a roof or a substantial shelter. So perhaps, just by creating a massive sleeping bag out of the hundreds of ferns available, we may be able to stay warm through the night. Not every wilderness location has material that can be easily gathered by the armload and used as insulation.
This is actually an aspect of survival with a group that I rarely get to experience, and that's the advantage of having more than one person to gather the supplies. Sam is gathering as many ferns as she can, and Monica's up clearing the area where we're going to sleep, so there becomes a bit of a teamwork going on. The best part of that is psychologically it's really comforting, because it's going to be a long, miserable night.
Even gathering them with small knives is extremely easy for an able-bodied person. The 3 of us are bearing down and getting to work, albeit mostly under my guidance. In other areas, dry leaves can work incredibly well. And if you have a tarp or rain poncho, you can gather leaves on the tarp to move to one spot to become one big pile. Then all that's needed is to squirm into the pile, and there's a good chance it'll be warm and even protecting from the rain. It comes down to your own ingenuity and the luck of having abundant material with an insulation-like loft to work with. Once you're in, you're in. So we've waited until the last possible moment to get inside the pile to try to get a few moments' sleep.
So this kind of shelter is the one that I believe in a lot. It works really well with leaves, but they've got to be dry leaves. So, you know, that's tricky. Sometimes in the fall, on the right day, if you happen to be lost on that day, you can get a big pile of dry leaves. You crawl in them like it's a cocoon. And it's dirty, it's filthy, but you keep all your body warmth in with you. So what I've got happening is behind me is Sam's on the one side, Monica's in the middle, and I'm here. And so using this little space blanket, this emergency blanket, was laid over them first, then throw all the ferns on. Well, that's pretty cool because now we've sort of got this layer between us and the ferns, which is protective. And that way, if it comes on to rain, probably huddle underneath this sort of in fetal position. It won't be comfortable, but we might stay dry, and that'll be vital. So it's heavy having all this fern material on top of us, but yeah, I mean, like I was getting cold, and I feel warm up against you guys. I can feel heat underneath here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so we're not chilled anymore, right?
No.
Okay. Only 12 hours to go.
The nights in the rainforest are damp and cool, no matter what time of year.
The tree that we were in, it leaked, but it was spongy enough that you could take your thumb and actually push up on the tree and plug it. But the ground was wet. Me and him woke up usually every morning sopping wet. Whatever side was touching the ground, we were wet.
All of the ferns keep kind of slipping off of the 3 of us because we're on a slight angle. That's good to know for the next time. Keep things nice and flat so it doesn't fall off. So it would fall off and wake up pretty chilled. My toes are pretty cold. Monica's doing not so bad in the middle, and Sam's sort of up and down, sometimes chilled, sometimes okay. Their feet are okay. But we're making it through the night, that's the important thing. So we made it through the night relatively decently. Off and on awake. The ferns clearly worked really well because whenever they would fall off of me or I would slip out from underneath them, it was noticeably colder. It's amazing that this little tiny blanket actually made a big difference. Just walking to warm up my feet, which is an idea Sam had this morning. It's a good idea. Oh, some sunshine. Oh, there we go.
This is truly rationing food. When two other people are looking at the same pile of cut-up apple and wishing they could eat it all and not share a bite.
What do you guys want to do about these buckets?
I'd say keep one and ditch the rest.
Keep one and ditch the rest?
Or everyone carry one, because having one isn't so bad.
That's not a bad idea. If we each take one, but we strap it to our pack.
And so there is another difference as compared to what the Kane family did. They dropped their mushroom-picking buckets out of simple frustration, a decision that would come back to haunt them and contribute to almost costing them their lives. We'll carry one each.
So what we're doing this morning is we're changing up the story a little bit to suit us, to suit our circumstances. In terms of leaving behind the mushroom gathering buckets, we decided to take just 3 of them, strap them on the back of our packs. Now we're not holding them with our hands and carrying them so they're not a pain. Sam had a really good idea to actually take all of the duct tape off of the last 2 buckets and bring that with us just in case. The Kane family were very, very close-knit, so it's not hard to accept that every move they made individually was a move that was made to benefit the others. But that can also be very dangerous. And I think there was a potential for danger starting on their second day. Dan's back began to give out on him. He had some back issues, and it got real tough for him on that second day. Now, rather than head out, just go for it and leave his mom and his dad, Mike opted to do reconnaissance missions, but still never quite leave them.
It's hard to leave your parents. I couldn't make that choice.
Mm-hmm. No, I wouldn't
We
either.
thought about
What if I
sending
can't
them
find
out.
them again? I mean, that'd be on my mind forever, so
Mm-hmm.
it's a hard choice to make.
My advice would have been to have Mike head out to look for help, but make a very visible trail along the way by marking trees with his multiple knives, so that he could indeed find them again. As much as I want to criticize his decision, though, I wasn't there and I'm not them. They did what they felt they needed to do to survive both physically and emotionally.
This trail that we're walking right now is just an old cat trail. It's exactly what the Kane family found. Now they should be home free, you'd think at that point. Follow that trail and it'll eventually lead to another trail and to a road and out.
We kind of went for a shortcut too, and it wasn't a shortcut.
His back was hurting, so we thought we'd go up and catch a cat trail that goes through there.
And the cat trail usually has a road either at the top or bottom, but there was no road at the top or bottom or no landing. It was it'd been grown over, old growth.
Long time.
Long time ago.
Now, this is a classic example here. We're on this old cat trail, and it's exactly what happened to the Kane family. It just ends. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't get us out of here. It doesn't lead us home. It just stops.
Mirroring the actions of the lost Kane family in the forests of Oregon, I'm taking my surrogate family of Monica Ward and Sam Auger with me to see what things we might do differently.
I think the difference between what we do tonight and what happened last night was dark's coming in, get a bunch of ferns, and do exactly as we did. But tonight, since we're still out here, what we really should do is stop a little earlier. It's the biggest problem if you want about building a shelter is you can't start building it at 4 o'clock. You got to start building it at like 2 o'clock at least, because it takes a long time. And so you miss half your day because you're building a shelter. But then again, you get through the night without getting rained on. So that's going to be our dilemma for today. Well, I hear water. This is the type of creek that everyone talks about. There's water up there coming down, then it disappears, and it reappears down there. These creeks here in this part of Oregon, they're very, very dangerous. They wind around under the ground.
You can be following the creeks here, and all of a sudden you'll drop in over the top of your head, and then, you know, you're by yourself. You're just pretty much out of it.
I went to jump over a creek and the bank gave away. I was just pretty much wet all 6 days.
I'm gonna have the girls drink as much as they can and just sort of keep water going into our system to help take away the hunger pains when they begin. Better to be kind of bloated with water than have an empty stomach. This is good, fresh, clean water. We can drink as much as we need.
I may be the one with all the experience, but I can still make bad decisions that could affect us all. Group dynamics is a greatly underestimated part of survival that can lead to safety and rescue or down a road of panic, tragedy, and peril.
I've used animal trails a lot of times in my bush trekking, but you just never know where they're going to lead to or if they're just going to peter out. So animal trails, game trails are not the best indicators of a way out. There's some cougar dropping right there. There's lots around here, lots of wildlife. And the other problem with the game trails is they can veer off into multiple directions. And that's always about which one do you take. You're trying to find your way out. Do you go left or do you go right?
What direction she would have went was south, which wouldn't have been a good direction at all.
And like he said, though, yeah, I was going to walk out, but I was going to go down.
What would have happened if she'd gone south?
In the deeper woods.
It's true, downhill is not always the right way to go. It's like saying moss is always on the north side of a tree. That's only a general rule of thumb, and not always correct.
A compass wasn't an issue because we all know what way the sun comes up and which way it falls down. But if you don't know which direction you've got to go to get out of there, it just don't matter.
So guys, this is all yellow wood sorrel. We've had the apple for breakfast and that's it. And now we're hiking. We've got very little food left. Fortunately, there's lots of this. I wanted to show it to you so we can eat some of it now. And now wherever you see it, you feel like munching it, you don't have to ask my permission, just grab what you need. If you taste it on the tip of your tongue, it should taste lemony. Sometimes knowing just a few simple wild edibles can help you get through the day and make you feel a little better, at least psychologically. I can see that in having 2 other people here to survive with, that it's a good thing for me to actually, since I have some experience, to show them certain things so they can start relying on themselves and I won't have to worry about them as much. That's something I never really considered before, that to survive with more than one person, if you're the one with the experience, start passing that experience on.
In survival, knowledge should always be shared.
As always, it is an incredibly beautiful forest, and even if it's treacherous when you're on a survival ordeal, it's still really beautiful. It's a nice clearing here. It never ceases to amaze me how often you can be in the middle of the forest and find a beautiful, clear, open field just in the middle of nowhere. It's a place to get sunshine, get warmed up. This is more what I'm talking about.
On a comparison survival study in the forests of Oregon, where the Kane family were lost for 6 days of a hellish experience, I'm trying to get my own surrogate family of Monica and Sam to work with me on how we as a family of 3 survive under similar circumstances. But after only a couple of days, I can see the lethargy in their faces, and I know what they would really rather do is sleep and eat, and we'll take a short break, but I have to keep them moving if we're going to be warm and dry tonight.
I mean, it's all rocky and stuff, but it's nice and open. I have this whole sky at night open to us. All we'd have to do is sort of clear an area here, like probably right where you are. And we sort of clear all these rocks, just make it flat. And then we drop down, all of our boughs and ferns, so we make a bed. The only thing is it's right out in the open. It'd be nice to be hidden under a tree, but if I can get enough branches, we can make almost like a big A-frame that we can all squeeze in and then cover over.
To be bluntly honest, I don't like being the leader here, to be the one to give the orders. But this is in my wheelhouse, not theirs. And I have to keep them motivated for their own good. I know we can all settle into a rhythm and accomplish the task at hand much better than if I were out here alone. So once again, we separate and get to work.
All right, well, the girls are working on the tarp, the sort of the space blanket thing they've got. We're going to use that as a roof. And just that whole brilliant idea of taking the duct tape off the buckets is working out. I'm actually able to strip the duct tape into little tiny pieces here and use it to help tie the shelter together. So every little thing helps.
Just because it's sunny now, there is no guarantee bad weather won't come in soon. And even though for their mental state, I did allow the girls an hour of sleeping, we continue to build and prepare for the night, using such seemingly insignificant advantages as the garbage bag.
We're all now feeling results of not eating very much. If you're going into the wilderness anytime, no matter what, you don't have an option. You've got to take something. So we've got a few things, a few items, a little bit different from the Kane family, just to see what kind of a difference they all make. And so far, the few items that we have are making a big difference. There's a spot up there that's actually got some nice running water. Of course, it has to be thorn bushes, doesn't it? What a difference this makes. The Kane family had nothing more than 2 Ziploc baggies that they had brought their toilet paper in. I understand why the Kane family wanted to get rid of their buckets. They're a pain in the butt to carry. And they were already worried and nervous and wanted to get home. So forget about the buckets, drop them, let's go. But in the end, that one little decision would cost them a lot. I guess they would have helped a lot for the water.
That's what we thought afterwards. It's like, after our second day there and going up and
And I
down,
wasn't
it's
able
like,
to find that again either. I
it's
looked.
like, man, we should have kept at least one bucket, you know. But, you know, I was lucky I had the Ziploc baggies, or else we would have had nothing, because when we got there, we would have all had to go down to the creek and try to drink out of the ice-cold creek.
Instead of carrying up a substantial amount of drinking water for each of them, they could only drink one at a time from a tiny little sandwich baggie. Water that the sun had to carry up from far below at the mountain creek. My surrogate family and I won't suffer the same fate.
So what do you want to do? Want to eat it all now, or
No. No, we should save
you
some.
want to save some because we're out now, right? We've got no food left. This is the end.
Yeah.
Let's hope we can catch something. Okay. This is the thing, you know, it looks like a nice full baggie of food, but there's 3 of us here, and we're not going to be sustained on the wood sorrel. So we're rationing out the last little bit of food that Monica had brought. We've got 30 almonds here and a few tangerines, but once you count that out and say, well, let's try to make it last for 3 days, it's not a lot.
This is dinner. This is like the amount.
So the Kane family didn't have any food at all. So even this little bit makes a massive difference. And that's part of what I wanted to see by comparison, coming out in a similar area, being 3 people. What if you had just these few things? What difference would it make? I know a lighter would make a huge difference, but we didn't bring a lighter. But threw in a garbage bag and a space blanket, threw in that little tiny survival kit, and we each had a bit of food. Makes a huge difference.
A bit of survival instruction I try hard to get across is just take something, anything, if you're going to head out into the wilderness. What can it hurt to have a few items in your pockets, if they might save your life? I continue to motivate the girls to keep working, and I'll hope to get a fire going using a generic off-the-counter survival kit I found in a store somewhere.
This is just one of those little, very inexpensive survival kits, but it does have a little striker in it. Tiny, tiny little thing. And fortunately, we walked by a little pond with some cattail, and I grabbed it. I wasn't going to leave that behind, so not knowing that I was going to have this striker, that was a smart move. So there's the toilet paper that was in the little Ziploc baggie, just like the Kane family had, but this was some cattail that I found. So the idea here is I'm going to add just some of the lip balm to the toilet paper, because it's wax, and it'll hold the flame a little longer. And now I've got my cattail fluff.
So I want to fluff up this cattail nice and fluffy. There's the spark. Wish us all luck here. There we go. Simple as that. I think we're in business for the night here.
It can never be understated what a difference it makes during survival to have a fire. Warmth, signaling, and overall comfort is one of the most important things the Kane family said they would have hoped for. And in my case, it's a way to give Monica and Sam more confidence and comfort while we survive out another night in the Oregon forest.
That was the hardest thing, not having a lighter when we got stuck out there. It was like, really, we don't have a lighter.
No lighter, no matches.
It becomes miserable. Yeah.
I had frostbite on my feet, but not near as bad as his. And we were both hypothermia.
And cold, you don't think right, and it's hard to move, hard to walk.
And you didn't even want to take your shoes off, or you took
Well,
them off
I took
once?
them off.
Couldn't hardly get him to take them back off.
I took them off, the skin came off, so I wasn't going to take them off
He
again.
freaked out, and we kept telling him, you gotta take them off every night, Dad.
'Cause, I mean, it hurt, all that skin ripping off, so.
Well, he didn't take his off until Friday, so that's where the trench and everything set in. It just, our feet were soft. I don't know why our boots were so wet, but our boots were soft.
Yeah.
He still got bad feet. He
still
needed
got bad
surgery
feet.
from it.
The loss of the use of your feet in a survival situation will take that situation downhill incredibly fast.
One of us is up most of the time to just keep the fire going so we can come out and get warm by it if we need to, and then the other two will try to sleep in shifts. It's still a bit chilly inside the shelter. I think what's going to be needed is a door on this front end here because it's actually warmer to come out and sit by the fire. We're all using hot rocks now. I actually heated up my water bottle, so I've got like a hot water bottle, and then I heated up rocks and putting them in my lap and just sitting here, and it's incredible how warm it gets you. Some of them that are not too hot you can tuck right into your body. I usually like to put a couple between my legs and just hold them there, and then there's one or two that were too hot to touch your body, but then you put them right beside you and you can feel the heat kind of rolling off onto your face. So, but we're up because we're cold, because everything cooled down. So we restoked the fire, and I want to try this again.
We were all pretty soaked to the bone.
It's not so much of being lost as being medically stranded. He was going down, but the time we got him in there, he already had the fat breaking down.
From
and his
hypothermia?
kidneys and stuff. It was just,
Starting to eat himself.
he was starting to eat himself is what was already starting, is how they explained it. Worst thing in the world is to hear your kid tell you, I'm dying.
She's right. They weren't so much lost as they were medically stranded. Every decision they made was based on either Daniel's or Michael's injuries. And now I have to make decisions based on the lethargy I see creeping into the faces and the body language of Monica and Sam.
The way you survive a situation like this, even with 3 people, it just goes back in steps. Right now we've got tin we can boil water in, which we can do that because we have a fire. We can do that because I grabbed a cheap little survival kit. We could do that because we gathered some cattail and tinder along the way to help. And we did have a little bit of toilet paper, which the Kane family also had. So one thing always leads to another in a survival ordeal. And hopefully you want one thing leading to something better, leading to something better. And so we're staying put and we'll better this shelter. But we have the advantage of we don't have frostbite on our feet. I don't have a bad back. And the Kane family did have, as they put it really very astutely, they were sort of lost, but they weren't super lost. They were medically stranded. And medically stranded is a tough ordeal to go through.
I still have to get Monica and Sam through another night, and I can already tell that my energy level based on my ability to understand how to survive is much stronger than theirs. So I've gone out looking for other survival advantages, and I found a great one.
I know exactly what you're thinking. Where in the heck would he find a piece of plywood in the middle of the bush? That's the irony to the remote wilderness. Well, in my case, I thought I'd go back down some of the trails while the girls are gathering all the spruce boughs and ferns and look around. Old deer stand. I find hunting stands all over the place, and rarely has it been a time when I could actually make use of it and either stay in it as a shelter, or in this case, what I did was I've grabbed this hunk of plywood, has come back, and there's a couple of pieces of lumber that I'm gonna bring back just for burning, I guess. Major score, and hopefully will help us tonight to stay a little bit warmer. I mean, it's a big hunk of plywood, it's gotta help. Oh yeah. It's a bit of a payoff. I mean, we lose the heat from the fire, but we gain keeping all of our body heat inside, and certainly if any wind picks up or rain starts pouring down, we'll be well protected. In the meantime, I can also drape it over top of the fire to keep the rain off of it, so it's gonna serve two purposes. This is a huge score.
There's no such thing as garbage in a survival ordeal, only useful items.
So we've just got rain coming on right now, unfortunately. I mean, it's just, we're talking little tiny bits of spitting is all that's happening. But clouds are dark, and man, I was just about to go out and try some grouse hunting. I might venture a little bit, but I also don't want to get wet, so we're gonna just try and get organized, crawl into our little shelter, and thanks to finding that piece of plywood, protect the fire. It's always weather.
Rain is holding off, but threatening. Yet I can't hold off motivating Monica and Sam. We need food, and it's better they stay active during the day so they're exhausted enough to sleep through the night in tight and uncomfortable quarters.
So it's getting really stormy looking, like it's about to rain, and Sam and I are off to get some wood sorrel so that we have something to eat today. Yeah, it's weird because yesterday there was so much where we were, and now that we want to collect some, we can't seem to find it anywhere. We don't want to get caught in the rain, because then we'll be soaked.
At some point, we have to think about calories spent versus calories gained, right? So if you guys are gonna hike all over the place just to get a few wood sorrel leaves, it's not gonna be worth it. Why don't you ease off on your energy expenditure, hang back at camp. If the rain comes in, you'll be right there. You can sort of get protected. I'll go for a bit of a hike to see if I can catch a grouse. And I'll try not to get lost. Okay. Just so you know, I'm gonna go this way, and I'm gonna just look around on the right in the bush. I'll always keep the trail in sight. Okay. This old cat trail makes things a lot easier. But I think if I'm gonna actually scare up a grouse, I'm gonna need to get into the thick of the bush again.
I'm dragging my feet a lot. Yeah, me too, I'm exhausted today.
It's very difficult not to feel responsible for Monica and Sam. Monica doesn't have experience in the woods at all, not even camping. And Sam does, but I think they're feeling it. I know in just chatting with them that as far as going without food, they're both feeling that, and then in addition, it's getting cold at night. That's a big problem. This kind of area is good for grouse. Ooh, that's not grouse. That's a lot of cougar. The mountain lion population in this area is healthy. All I really want to come upon right now is a grouse. Grouse hunting is not so much about stealth as it is about scaring something up. So I don't have to move too quiet and stealthy. And you never know what else I might stir up. Take a snake at this point. Might as well make a few, just make some marks. Why not? I've got the belt knife. That makes it doable. Well, something's been eating here. Worst comes to worst, there's some bones here. They can always be heated up and ground down and eaten for the calcium. This is always the thing too, you know, people say things like, you'll just be able to catch a grouse, there should be lots of them there. That's not what it's like when you get out here. It's not what it's like in a survival situation. You don't just come upon, you know, a whole pack of grouse kicking around, standing there ready for you to hit them.
often you find nothing and you starve. Our luck with the weather is about to run out, and the Oregon rainforest is about to live up to its name. All of our attempts to make things better come to a screeching and soaking wet halt.
Well, at the moment, the plywood's not doing us any good, but it's still daylight, and we're just waiting out the storm. And the whole difference here is simply having a plastic garbage bag and that tiny little emergency blanket. And those two items have made all the difference in the world when weather like this comes in. They weigh nothing. To put them in my pocket, didn't even notice they were there. You know, when you're stuck in a survival ordeal and you have to sit through the pouring rain, when do you get out to get food? When do you go collecting wild edibles or catching game? The answer is you don't. You sit and wait, because the last thing you want to get is cold and wet. Being cold and wet is what nearly killed the Kane family.
The first thing I told her is, you know what's happening today is that they're notifying our parents and stuff. They're getting our family.
And the sheriff department had told them, well, we've already searched this area. We don't think they're in here at all.
The helicopter come within them trees right over there from us and was hovering, and we were looking at them, I mean, all of them, and trying to get their attention.
And he did one circle, and of course, he's flashing his knife and I'm flashing the phone. We're thinking, as he goes circles away, we're thinking, oh my God, he didn't see us.
We didn't want to move because the planes are flying right over us. You go to move and then maybe they ain't gonna see you.
When we seen him kind of fly out, and he was flying out to do his big turn, we're thinking, oh my God. I just looked at him and says, he didn't see us. The next thing we know, he's coming straight at us, flashing his lights, and it's probably the best feeling in the world.
And now it's my turn to make a survival decision on behalf of Monica and Sam. This is the reality of a survival ordeal. You often make decisions and do things that you shouldn't, out of fear and panicking. So, right or wrong, we've decided rather than just sit and do nothing all night long, cramped in that little shelter, we're going to make the hike out of here. If I take a look at the Kane family and give them a kind of a grade on a survival scale, I like to do. What kind of kit did they have? They score pretty much a 0 on their kit. What kind of skill set did they have? Again, fairly low score on their skill set. What kind of luck did they have? They had horrible luck. How about what kind of shape they were in? Well, they were injured. So again, low score. So far on my scale of 5 indicators, the first 4 are pretty much fails. But the 5th one is often the most important one. It plays out time and time again in any survival ordeal. The will to live. The question is, what motivates somebody's will to live? In the case of the Kane family, I'm pretty sure it was love. Close-knit family, love for each other. It motivated them to not give up. And in the end, survive. The essence of wilderness survival is simply and completely all about going home, getting to safety. It really has nothing to do with building elaborate shelters, fire starting, or hunting. I call it a survival ordeal exactly because that's what it is, an ordeal. A horrible, uncomfortable, terrifying situation that you want to be out of as soon as possible. When you're caught in one, you don't care about fire tricks and techniques or different kinds of shelters. You care only about seeing your own bed again, or about confirming the safety of everyone with you. That's survival. And that's all the Kane family wanted. To get out of this ordeal alive. To get home, to be safe again. Together, as a family. Survival is not a game for extreme adventurers. In fact, having to survive here in the deep Amazon jungle nowadays is more likely for the average person, like a father and son who simply embark on a journey to take some pictures of the jungle. Here amongst the jaguar and the deadly fer-de-lance snake, tourism of all kinds ensures that for years to come, the average person will find themselves in places like the Amazon jungle, having to survive.
Wilderness survival has become a theater of entertainment. The reality is much, much different. Real people suffer horrific survival ordeals, and not in the name of fun. A father and son head deep into the Ecuadorian jungle on a simple photography expedition, and their guide fails to return to pick them up. Now, that's a real survival situation. How Logan and I will fare in this scenario is entirely up to our luck, our skill set or lack of, our supplies or lack of, our fitness level, and our wills. Every year, hundreds of people end up in a survival situation. But what's the next best move once you know you're in it?
Logan and I were in it within minutes of being dropped off on this remote stretch of jungle river in Ecuador. Rain that will come to dominate our every move comes quickly. We didn't come here for survival. We came here for a photography shoot. At least that's how we set ourselves up. Imitating real life, we brought in what any father and son team might. We each had one of those little wristband survival kits, a tarp for rain while Logan took his pictures, and in a last-minute suggestion, I threw in a small jungle hammock for us each.
All right, so you want to shoot it out wide, use some rocks. Here, I'll work with you.
If you plan on being out for only a few hours, but your pickup never arrives, what happens next?
This is the exact scenario where the apprehension really kicks in. I mean, I'm out here with Logan and ostensibly on a photography expedition. Where's our pickup? Where's our ride home? So in this scenario, it's obvious that we wouldn't be building shelters. I mean, who wants to go up into there, right? Up into the jungle. I mean, you can see how thick it is up in there. And so we're out on this sort of pebble beach here. Seemingly a nice, open, safe place to be. But in fact, what we've got to worry about the most, Logan, is the water coming up. And I think having our tarp right here, looking this way, is the best place because we can kind of watch it. If we were on the other side, down at the bottom end of this pebble beach and the water's coming up, we might not notice it. Worst case scenario, we can go up into that jungle there. I can see it goes up, and it'll be a scramble and it won't be pretty, but at least we'll get away from the rushing water. The rivers here can come up in less than an hour. Feet. In an hour or three, you could have a 10-foot rise in this river. It's been raining off and on us, which is why I've got the tarp laid out here. Further up there in the hills, if there's a lot of rain, it's going to come down this river, right onto Logan and I. I don't know if we're going to try to sleep in spells. It's going to be hard to sleep anyway. The other thing that Logan and I aren't going to do is get a fire going, and the reason for that is I want to follow in those footsteps of what most people would do. And they wouldn't think to get a fire going, and by the time you think, oh my gosh, we need a fire, the sun sets. And indeed, the sun is about to set. So here we go.
This is how it really happens. You're never prepared for actual survival. You're never prepared for your own guide not to show up. You're prepared only for the few hours you expect to enjoy an adventurous trek. But since my dad seemed pretty concerned about the water rising, I figure why not mark its height now so we can notice if it's rising at all. Survival will take both of us thinking things through, not just my dad.
So Logan's got this idea of piling up some rocks right at the water's edge so that if this water level starts to rise, we'll make sure that the rocks are distinctive, and then we can check the level and hopefully notice that it's staying put, or even receding would be better.
With no food in our stomachs, this begins the energy level countdown as we burn calories constantly through stress and activity without replacing them with food.
I like being out in the open. I like that we're out here in terms of the bugs, creepy crawlies, snakes, jaguar, all of that, but I don't like being by this kind of river in the jungle because water can rise within minutes, really. In a half an hour, you can be up a couple of feet, washing all of this away, and us with it. And this is just that time of day
you're constantly saying, oh, it's got to be coming. It should be coming any moment now. And you start watching, whether it be a road or, in this case, a larger river. You just keep watching. It's got to show up sooner or later. And it can lead to a lot of just apprehension and nervousness, and you just, well, it's easy to panic. It's easy to freak out. Come down here to the sand and maybe see some jaguar tracks. It sort of adds to the panic. But I don't see any just yet. Logan's actually gone off into the jungle to see what's going on up there. He was in the mood. He said, I want to climb up into there and see what's going on.
Logan's youthful energy for exploring the immediate area is a huge payoff for me not being alone out here. Without even realizing it, he's accomplishing a zone of assessment check. What do we have further into the jungle? It's his natural survival instinct kicking in.
Okay, Dad, so I'm gonna go check those rocks and see if the water's advanced at all.
Okay. How do you know the water's up?
So, I was just saying, when we put the rock down,
Yeah.
the water was like in front of it, and now it's 2 feet past.
Oh, you're right. Uh-oh. This isn't good. I mean, I know it's getting dark. You think we should just go to that little spot you found? Or is it gnarly up there?
It's be a little bit of a buggy sleep.
What I hate about a situation like this is Logan may or may not realize just how dangerous this is. And it's my son, so I'm a lot more nervous than I normally would be.
There are a few elements of the wilderness I will not underestimate. Heavy winds and powerful water are two of them. And as exposed as we are out on the gravel bar, I want to see the spot in the jungle that Logan found in his recon mission. Maybe it can serve as plan B if we have to move.
Oh yeah, I see. Even here it could get washed out if you look at it.
I mean, it is 5-6 feet above the river.
Yeah, it's about 5-6 feet up, but you can see how it's been deep enough here to come up here and wash out. See all the mud and sand. It's gonna depend on how bad it gets. All of this makes me nervous right now. Feeling like we might have to do something in the middle of the night is, I hate that feeling. It's not good. You can almost handle anything during the day, but when stuff happens at night, it's very dangerous. Especially in the Amazon jungle.
With the water rising fast, we've made a quick decision to move camp in the dark. In survival, those who hesitate are lost, and probably dead.
All right, this is gonna be nasty, but well, we'll be all right getting across now. Better now than when it's a foot deeper. I suggest just walk slowly right behind me and I won't take you anywhere deep, okay? All right.
Logan's boots are 4 inches shorter than mine, and even that little disadvantage can matter in survival.
Let me know if you need me to slow down. Deep here, but not so bad. You should be fine. It's coming up though, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's more just the water that's splashing up with the resistance. Yep, I can feel it already.
Yeah, but the water feels stronger than it did before. Okay, down this way, shallower. All right, you know what? Before it starts raining, let's get the hammocks up.
I've always said there's no forgiveness time for survival when it's terribly cold. In the jungle, it's the rain. Either prepare for it or get caught in it. We didn't even have time to properly set up our little nylon tube hammocks to escape the torrential downpours that will last all night long.
Oh man. It's raining so hard right now that my tarp actually came flying down, and I got just poured on. And now I've got to kind of sit up and hold myself together under this tiny little tarp. It's pouring up though.
This is not good.
It can rain in the jungle as a torrential downpour for 20 straight hours. Trust me on this matter. We would be spared that, however, as it only lasted 13 hours for us. But now we're trapped against the jungle canopy.
River's in, well, it's not in full flood, but it's up quite a bit. I mean, the water's, that water was back down. I would say it's come up, I'm gonna give it 2 feet. Oh, God. That was brutal. So where we were is up there, is underwater now. So moving is the only thing that made sense last night. It was a little gnarly, but for a much better night, we would have been washed out. And this is where, like I say, sometimes the survival kit makes all the difference in the world, but more importantly, it's what you put in that survival kit, and whether or not it's something that pertains to where you're going, season, activity, all of that. So that last minute decision to throw in a couple of small hammocks changed everything.
For the sake of a pound of weight, this one little survival kit item is a lifesaver, eliminating the need for gnarly jungle shelters, crawling with ants, possessing a painful bite and sting. But we're not safe yet. We need to cut deeper into the jungle and get ourselves a few more feet higher up, in case the river keeps rising. The last time I was in the Amazon jungle, the river I was beside rose 15 feet in a matter of hours. But this activity of cutting trees is how we open ourselves up to injuries.
Ow! Ah, shoot, stinging nettle. That's gonna burn. So here's the culprit. And so one of those was just asking which it was so we can look out for it too. And yeah, I got a good burn happening on the hand and wrist right now.
Two can work so much more effectively than one, so we both work together to move camp quickly before the waters rise anymore. There's no room for ego or laziness in group survival. Logan, once again, has the energy of youth on his side. And he convinces me to start cutting a trail into the jungle to see if we can get to a better part of the river.
So we've got a little bit of a trail here already, working our way through. By the way, I lost this machete for a little while, so I've got some rope there that's brightly colored, and I've tied it on. Got a saying in survival, if your knife's not in your sheath, it's in your hand. If it's not in your hand, it's in your sheath. We're gonna have to look up a lot here. Potential for snakes to fall down, or even just spiders, is much.
No matter how hot and humid it is, we have to wear enough clothing to protect ourselves from the spiders and the ants.
Look straight through, you're on the right track now.
This area of the jungle is known for the massive, yet non-poisonous, boa constrictor snake.
That's what I don't want to happen. Let's make some blazes on the trees here. Let's do a couple of these kinds of things. Kick your feet in the mud as well to mark a trail that way. Is it through here? Yeah. Okay. You're right. That's somebody's shelter. Look at the cut marks. If not for Logan walking down yesterday, we wouldn't have found that dry patch that saved us last night. And if not for Logan pushing the issue, saying, let's go and do this bushwhack to see if we can get across the water, we wouldn't have found this, which I think might even be an old trail. I'm seeing the odd cut mark. Well, here we are at the other river. The water's up, but that doesn't mean it's up too much for fishing. Do some hand fishing under all of these rocks. So the idea here is there's a small silver fish that hides out under the rocks in this river here. And we're losing energy, so we could do with about a dozen of them.
We know about these fish because of some simple pre-trip researching. Research is a vital component to surviving any ordeal. Sometimes knowing only one thing, one plant you can eat, one fish you can catch, one way you can make a shelter or travel might be the one thing that keeps you alive.
Jungle takes it out of you. It's time to pull it in tonight. Between the heat and the rain and a little bit of work and zero food, you start slowing down. Try and pick it up tomorrow and hopefully catch some fish. I'll work on the fire. He'll work on catching fish. Two things we both like to do.
This, too, is part of surviving as a team. Specializing in the things you're good at. The right person for the right job is the best practice for survival.
Logan's crawled into the jungle hammock, and the water was going down, 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 looking so promising, and then in the last 15 minutes it's come back up another foot again. So it's anybody's guess as to what it's going to be like when we wake up in the morning. Got through another day. See what happens tomorrow.
We're into our third day of Amazon jungle survival, and my son Logan and I are frustrated by how much the rising river has trapped us into one little spot in the jungle. Entrapment by these natural elements limits our survival possibilities.
All right, so this is good news. In spite of the rain, the water's not only come down, it's come way down. I'm pretty sure Logan can walk across that. We'll keep the trail open and we'll mark it just the same because it can come back up. Within the next 2 hours, we could be right back up to the banks again. But one of the main things that I want to do is get a fire going now. And this means I can come down here, and even though all of this firewood here, even though it's been under the water on several occasions, it's also high and dry up in the air every time it is dry or sunny, unlike everything in the bush, which is so green. So this is actually the wood that I want to get because I believe I could split into the inside of it and I'll have some dry firewood. So another thought occurred to me in a situation like this is that another thing that would be happening would be anger. You know, you'd be out here and part of you would be hoping nothing was wrong way back at base camp, but you'd also be very, very angry if somebody just messed up. And that's why you weren't picked up. And so as a father, you know, to think about how much extra anger would be inside you because you've got your son with you. And that would color your judgment on what you should be doing. And that anger can also lead to panic. What do you think? Water's way, way down. I think you can even get across there now. But we've got the trail. We'll mark the trail just the same so we've got it. I want to blaze it a little better. As long as it doesn't come up quickly in the next couple hours, I'm going to be a little bit home free for going over there to get firewood. And I think that's what I'd like to concentrate on. And you can concentrate on getting up there to fish.
We wore 2 survival bracelets that were old and soaked by the rain, leaving them mostly useless.
Like we need a dozen pieces like this, and we'll hopefully turn this into a fish bucket.
But I had a roll of tape with my camera gear, and we can use it for survival instead. My dad had a great idea for making a container to keep any fish I catch. Containers and ropes are constantly used in survival.
It's wrapped around. Okay. And the other one is going to go opposite. Okay. See what I'm saying? Now they got to meet at the bottom. Then make them all match up at the top. All right, and we're going to do...
Do you want them bottom?
Oh, sure. Let's do one more.
Survival is best when you can mix up primitive technology with modern technology. The basket style is thousands of years old. The tape, not so much.
Just has to work. And we're going to go all the way around the whole thing and make a globe. Okay. Ow! There was an ant on the camera.
This is the very kind of activity that not only conserves calories, but also serves to calm us down and keep our minds focused on what we can do to better survive. And you never know, the work might just pay off. Whether it's making small traps or bettering your shelter, it helps if you stay proactive.
What do you think? You fine? There we go. Logan's got himself a basket for fish.
But he'll still need fishing line.
I think we might need to work together to get this thread apart. We can work a lot faster. Oh, that's working really well. This again is a big advantage of having two people when you have to survive. Little tasks like this become much more doable. Do them a lot faster. That's why culture develops. You can't survive out here alone. Not long term.
Everything in our little survival bracelets was destroyed by age, except for 2 little fishing hooks and the cord itself, which can become a desperately needed fishing line.
So we've basically taken one small thin thread and broke it apart into three separate lines, which now Logan can use for fishing to get a longer reach. All right, this is my field of firewood. I know it seems crazy because it's always under the water, but it's also high and dry at times like this. I'm hoping that it's brittle and dry inside. You can kind of tell by the weight of things whether or not they're waterlogged. Super heavy, no good. Nice and light, might just work.
But in the jungle, the dampness permeates everything. Logan and I split our efforts at surviving in the Amazon jungle. He concentrates on trying for fish, while I busy myself with the hope of getting a fire going. Something I've never failed at, even under the toughest conditions. And while I search for wood, I find something that can help Logan instead.
Ha! Hey Logan, look what I found. So, if it were me, I'd put my hand in it like this, and you wrap it around, and then when you go to throw it, it spools off the end. So this will work really well for you if you want to try use this instead.
As Logan's confidence grows, he forgets to trust my survival experience, and in spite of my convincing talk, he decides to go his own way towards making a fishing rod. I don't agree with him, but I also don't want to create conflict where there isn't any. Yet.
Okay, so I'm just gonna tie it to the end of this one. Should be bendy enough to hold the fish without breaking. I'm gonna tie it to the top. Also gonna give extra length in case the stick does snap, I can still hold onto the rope. There we go, that's not going anywhere. Got my safety in place, rope attached to the end. There's my fishing pole.
Logan's headed off fishing. What I want to do here is mark up our trail a little bit better so we don't get turned around. We got a little turnaround coming back through the jungle here. Not too difficult to understand why. And so I want to mark it a little better, and I thought, you know what? Other than blazing all the trees, which we're doing, I can do this too.
Okay, so the plan is to go up to the river, try to hand catch some fish, and when I do, bring the fish back to the fishing rod that I made, and use it to try to catch a bigger fish.
Actually, this is a good spot to tape right here because it looks like a trail going through here. It's easy for us to kind of get off the mark. We have to turn right. It's a sharp right turn here. So this is the kind of corner where you want to double mark it. So you know, oh, 2 marks beside each other, this is where we do our right turn. Or a turn, even if you forget which way to turn, there's going to be a turn to make. And because I've got the tape, I'll mark this one up with double tape and never do that anywhere else again unless it means you're making a hard turn. You always have to make that distinction when a trail starts to meander into a different direction. Make sure your markings are distinct as well.
So my dad was talking about this river was the best one for fishing, but I don't think he knows what he's talking about because it's way too shallow for any of the fish to get under the rocks.
Huh. This tree's covered in leafcutter ants. Sorry guys, I'm going to ruin your highway. Yep, they've lost the pheromone trail. Got a little bit of a pile up on the highway here. Why is it I feel bad all of a sudden? Like I just disrupted an entire universe there. They'll figure it out. They don't look like they're figuring it out. Walk over the tape, boys. Okay, seriously, I feel guilty. There.
Okay, so there's been absolutely no luck with getting fish under the rocks. And it's starting to rain now, so I gotta get this camera covered. So, what I'm gonna do is try to find some tadpoles in one of the smaller pools by our old camp and use them.
Uh-oh. Oh no. I think rain's coming. Hard. Yep, rain's coming down. Guess that was only a matter of time. I'm gonna head back to camp as fast as I can here. And I can go fast now because the tape is marking my way really well. Taking all the guesswork out of every corner, every twist and turn. Here's my double tape. I know I gotta go this way. Perfect. Looks like a charm.
Once again, the energy of youth spurs me on to be more proactive. Logan wants to keep fishing in the rain rather than hide out under the tarp with me. So I figure I should get out here with him, see how I can help.
Can't really let Logan outdo me here if he's gonna get out in the rain. I will too. Oh yeah, good idea. That makes for an easier bait. Tadpoles, and an obvious bait too.
Okay, so finally got this all raveled up. So it's perfect, ready to go. Only have 2 hooks, so hopefully I don't screw this up. And it's pouring rain right now, which sucks. Might make better fishing though.
Well, Logan's trying fishing down here. I actually don't agree with his fishing location, but who am I to say? I mean, I could say don't fish down here, and maybe this is where they all are. At least he's out there trying. It's tricky with teenage boys. The survival situation, everything's different than it is at home. Any parent of a teenage son knows. They have no energy when you need them to have energy. Lots of energy when you don't want them to have energy.
Well, just having trouble finding a spot that's not going to get me snagged.
What about those palmer pools that we were looking at?
There's nothing in there.
How do you know?
Because you can look at them.
But you won't get snagged at least, right?
Yeah, but you're not going to catch anything.
Well, okay, but I mean, it should be worth a try today anyway. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to walk up there and see if there's a spot. There's too many sticks over here. Just going to get snagged.
In my experience, I can't believe this is going to work. The water is too fast and muddy for a little bit of string, a tiny hook, and a tadpole.
So, Logan, you see, it's not so easy when you don't have real fishing gear. Everybody likes to go on about, oh, when I was a kid, I grew up with a string and a stick and finishing off my grandmother's bridge and catching catfish. Yeah, and come on out and try it in a survival situation. Makeshift lines and little tiny hooks, and can't get to the really good spots. It's just not so easy. Survival fishing and real fishing are 2 different things. And even in real fishing, people get skunked all the time. The difference with survival is your life depends upon it. So getting skunked sucks.
We continue to have bad luck with catching any fish. But the water is down finally, so finding out what else is around the corner becomes paramount to effecting good survival.
All right, while we have time, we're gonna bust a move up the river for two reasons. One, to try some more hand fishing. And two, for me, I just wanna explore and see what's upriver. The thing about this type of fishing is we know about it because before we came in here, we asked. It's how we know that there are some edible plants back there that we can make use of tonight. And to me, any adventure should be started with some kind of knowledge already acquired, so you know what you're getting yourself into. Knowing how to get these small fish out of these rocks, it will be because we asked ahead of time. And knowing those little things about an area that pertain to survival are vital, even if you're just here on a photography expedition and you expect to go home that night. Because what you expect and what might happen could be two completely different things.
It doesn't really matter how hot it is in the jungle. Once you're soaked to the bone, you chill down quickly.
Here comes the rain. Still trying. Gotta hand it to him. When it comes to fishing, he's persistent. Well, those trees we can eat are at least a sure thing. So I'm gonna go cut those down. Because I'm pretty lightheaded where we are at in terms of how many hours we've been without food. It's gotta be around 60, 70. And I'm still putting out a lot of energy. So it shows you, even with huge advantage of having a tarp, a couple of jungle hammocks, it's a great nighttime advantage, but it doesn't put food in our stomachs. Let's get out of this rain and dry off, chop down some of those trees and get some food, however meager, into our bodies. That's it, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Tastes kind of like celery. Okay, good. I'll cut up some more and get it all fresh. Make us like a meal for tonight. The amount of rain we've been receiving, this is not going to be easy.
Water's coming up higher.
Water's coming up again?
Yeah, I think so.
Figures. Get rid of all the wet bark first. Get down to what I hope is dry wood. What I like to do is carve these down to these fine shavings, but then always leave the last piece like a pencil stick, because then you've got the next layer of kindling. Can't tell if it's wet or dry. It's starting to rain, isn't it? Shoot.
The dampness permeates everything, especially the matches that came inside the survival bracelets.
We got these 5 little matches, this pathetic little striker, and tape. And I want to light the tape because it should hold the flame really well, and see if I can get things going from there. Oh boy. Nope, not gonna work.
No luck?
It's just not gonna work. The matches are too moist. They're just falling apart. Yep, they're like mush. All right, plan B, the flint striker. I gotta move quickly because it's getting dark on us. I'm gonna shave off tiny shavings of this magnesium, and I'll use these match heads just the same. I'll mix them in, because they may still ignite. What I want to do is like a kind of little box to catch the shavings. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but we'll give it a try here. The hardest part of this is always just getting these shavings. And you need a big pile, so this is going to take a little while. Hang in there.
I've got a bad feeling about what I'm going to attempt, even using my trusty flint striker.
I waited too long. I should have checked all of this out while I had lots of daylight. And my hope is that I can get the tape to ignite when I hopefully ignite the magnesium shavings with a spark. Come on, baby. Magnesium is not catching. There's just not enough of it. Some of it's already burned up. Let's try this again. I don't think it's gonna work now, though.
The magnesium shavings have thinned out, and I'm running out of steam. It's been 2 hours just concentrating on this, not including the splitting and gathering of firewood.
Come on, man. Oh, I would kill for some dry grass right about now. Logan, I don't think we're getting this fire going.
No?
No.
Not worth keep trying, or?
Oh, man. I mean, just trying to gouge all of the magnesium off of this bar is really exhausting. I'm sweating doing this. It's getting dark. What I have to do is I have to sit down. I've done this before, but it takes me, like I spend a good 45 minutes to an hour just getting the pile of shavings and keeping them out of the wind. And, yeah, this ain't happening.
I can't let this beat me. I've never let a fire beat me. One way, somehow, I'll get it going. Rain or shine, jungle or desert, forest or Arctic, I pride myself on always being able to get a fire going.
These are
I can't give up yet.
just my little hand notes of all the stuff that we've been filming. But even this paper is damp. Still, might be able to go rabbit out of a hat here. Even this is it's all too damp. Some of my old tricks are letting me down.
Damn.
While it drips on me right now. All right, we're out for photography expedition, brought some toilet paper. Let's try this now. Whoa!
Got it?
Come on. Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, no. The tape didn't catch. Is it that damp? You gotta be kidding me. We had flame, dude.
No, I saw. It's raining again.
Yeah, I can feel the rain on my back. Here we go again. Logan, I need your help. Rip off a piece of duct tape, dangle it in a flame, get it burning. Get it burning, whatever you do. Just get it right in there.
Doesn't want to burn at all.
I know. Everything is so wet. Ah, it's gone, isn't it?
I think so.
That's disappointing. Even Survivorman can have a bad day when it comes to getting a fire going. And here comes the rain.
I'm not one to give up. And yet again, I get a small flame. And this time, the tape is burning too.
All right. Come on. Oh, damn it! You gotta be kidding me! Oh! Oh, man. All right.
As you saw, a big gush of water just fell off of the tarp up above, square onto the entire pile of kindling and what was once flame. No words.
It's been years of doing survival. Thousands of fires. Harsh weather. Difficult circumstances. Rain, snow, wind, cold, hot. So this really bites.
Always give yourself every advantage possible if adventure is your goal. A survival ordeal doesn't happen by accident. It occurs because you didn't prepare, or you ignored the signs of danger, or you shunned having some basic knowledge. It's not the extreme athletes and high-risk adventurers who end up in survival situations. It's families, friends, mothers and children, fathers and sons.
So all I saw was the glass coming at my face, and I thought, I've never seen anything like that before in my life. I went shoulder into the side, and it was when we first hit, because it was a hard hit. Bam! And then we just kept rolling, kept going. I thought it was going to stop right there, but it didn't stop. It's true what they say, it all happens in slow motion. In the process, I'm like, nobody get hurt, nobody get hurt. Like that, let's roll and come up. And that's it, we're done. It's just a bad roll. And just as I was thinking that, that's when I hit. Well, Max, that's the end of this shoot.
Both Logan and I were in many respects back in the game. Logan after beating cancer, and myself after a near-fatal car crash. I wasn't about to let that beat me, so this time with my son along for the challenge, I came back to face survival in Mongolia. It would represent for me a chance to pass on life and survival skills to Logan, now 19 years old. But youth, though inspiring and full of unchecked confidence, brings along with it inexperience and stubbornness, especially when it comes to a father and son relationship.
You know, survival techniques and methods are pretty much the same all around the world, or at least how you approach them is the same. What changes in the circumstances, time of year, clothing you have, do you have food, are you injured? So if you can master the general techniques of survival, making shelter, making fire, getting food, water, making a signaling device, then you can pretty much save yourself and ultimately survive. Now, if I tell you that it's harder to survive in Arizona than it is in Siberia, or it's more difficult to survive in upstate New York than it is in New Zealand, I'm speaking a truism, because all that changes are the circumstances. Now, Mongolia sounds remote and exotic, like Siberia or the Amazon jungle, and it is. This area here is some of the homeland of Genghis Khan, the greatest military leader of all time. But none of that matters when it comes to how Logan and I will find shelter out here, food or water, and ultimately survive in Teroj, Mongolia.
I'm always asked, where is the most difficult place to survive? But it's not about geography, it's about conditions. If it's cold, it's difficult. If it's balmy, you have forgiveness time. By this standard, you can perish just outside of New York City or do quite well in the middle of a jungle or Mongolia.
Crew has dropped us off. They're gone. And Logan and I are left to traverse these hills.
Such a remote and exotic sounding name, Mongolia. Yet here the grass makes for easy travel, and the hills have plenty of traversable ground.
I'm gonna take my shirt off, let the sweat dry a bit, and walk around, see what else we got around here.
You sweat, you die. My mantra for survival always. When the sun goes down, so does the heat.
There's an area up here that might work. Oh, yeah. This is a wolf den. Let's take a look at all the wolf scat here. We may have visitors later tonight. That'll be interesting. But if it comes on to rain, this will help. At least we can tuck in out of it, right?
Yeah, no, I like it.
And otherwise, what we do is get a fire going here and let it reflect the heat off. What I'm seeing is not a massive fire, but definitely a good-sized fire for the night with this amount of wood. We'll do all right here, right? As long as we don't get trampled by horses or yaks, I guess.
Wild horses still roam these beautiful hills of Mongolia.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna maybe start trying to find some firewood so we can have a nice fire tonight. It gets really, really cold, and I'm not too excited about freezing tonight.
Ever wonder what psychedelic mushrooms look like? Now you know. Growing out of manure, and they're all over the place here.
Surviving as two means working to your strengths, and in this case, I can afford to let Logan pick and choose what he wants to put his efforts into.
Here are the horses up on the top of the hill, and they're leaving me something I can use. As long as it's dry, it'll work.
Oh, I had a little bit, I think I got it out, but I had a little sliver of the tree when it fell down there that got lodged right in my eye, and that's what I've been really worried about happening. I don't want to break a stick and have it go right into my eye, lose my eye, put it out, something like that. That would cause a lot of problems.
Oh, there we go. Something I can actually eat. Little violets. And they are edible until they get bitter. Sweet. Bitter.
All the little sharp bits on them are just digging into my skin right now. Sucks. All right, I think I got most of it.
Time and again, Logan serves as an extra set of eyes, where normally it's just me out here. It's been my opinion that survival with more than one person is always preferred, as there are so many advantages to working together if you can. It's Logan who spots them first.
There's a whole bunch of horses up there. So we've got wild horses hanging out up from where we're surviving in a wolf den. It was an active first night. Well, at least the horses led me up to some rose hips.
And here, try these. So what you want to do is take it and just suck the bright blue end of it, just for a few seconds while it's still sweet, and then spit it as it gets bitter.
It's already bitter.
Yeah, it only takes a split second.
It's always bitter.
No, there'll be you just missed it. They're not that sweet, but there's a little touch of sweetness and there's some nutrients in them, and then it's bitter. Then stop.
Still bitter.
Oh, well. All right, we'll find more rose hips instead then.
I'm gonna go find some fireweed. There's a bunch actually right beside me and up ahead. Basically, it's this big patch of it.
Teaching Logan to recognize characteristics of plants and survival materials rather than names is vital to his understanding of how to survive.
Because we're in Mongolia, I've got a traditional striker, which has got lots of cool factor going on here. All right, so the little pouch contains
This little bit of sheep's wool is what they told me it was. The way this works is this is going to catch a spark. And this is what we're going to strike, right, the rock. You hold this really close to the edge. For me, it's always about follow through, like that. Nice flow and follow through. And then you got to recognize when you've caught a spark. I caught one. So I'm going to put it right in here. Get it right in here. I'm giving it a bit of air. Slow it first. Not too loose, making like a furnace in there.
Knowing how to use traditional methods of fire starting only makes our modern versions that much easier.
This is gonna work. Breathe to the side. There we go. And then get your stuff on it real quick. You gotta get these twigs going. If they don't catch, you're in trouble. You gotta be so on these flames, you look away for a second and you lose the flame. This little baby was given to me by one of our Mongolian guides to bring out here. So I didn't want to turn down the gesture because it's ultimately very cool. So this is the last of this. Boil this up and give Logan and I a bit of evening nutrition here. Here we go. Rosehip tea. It's sweet. And it's full of vitamin C, so.
As we lay on the cold ground in our traditional Mongolian coats, the heat reflects off the wall of rock, keeping the cold night temperatures at bay. We're not far from civilization, so we could walk out. But Logan and I are here to survive, so hiking in deeper is the order of the day.
Actually, the reflection of the heat off that big rock was incredible. And we probably each had to get up a good 6 times to stoke the fire, but every time we did, the amount of heat just knocked us right back to sleep again. But what we're going to do is head in. It's onwards and upwards, and in this case, definitely upwards.
It's easy to suffer from what I call option anxiety, when the choices are many. It's the fear of making the wrong decision. In survival, a right turn instead of a left or going up instead of down can prove to be very costly. So you can't jump into things without calculating all the risks. Now, with 2 people trying to make sense of it in our minds, it's tough to figure out just what to do next.
So, option A is just go straight up. It's not that far, but it's gonna be steep. Option B is go all the way down there and then have a slower incline.
Yeah, but look, you see what I'm seeing?
Yeah.
So,
Up through there and then up.
what if we followed up through there?
So when I was looking at it before, it looked like it goes there and then it goes even steeper than this, up farther. My gut instinct is to go up here from what I saw up there too.
I disagree. We know there's nothing up there. It's just barren and nothingness.
All right, well,
We could split up.
yeah, I'm going up this way either way.
I'd like to actually go up here, but now that I think of it, the split up might be cool because it'll give us a chance to
Give you double,
essentially
yeah.
reconnaissance mission. You might spot something up there. You might go, holy mackerel, there's an awesome cave. And there's tons of firewood and there's a pool of water. Who knows, right? What I'll do is if I go this way and I stay on this side of the trees
Just so I can see you.
in the open the whole way, and you stay
Right on the top.
in the open the whole way, I can whistle really loud. If I do one whistle, like that, that just means wave to me.
Yep.
You know, just establish that you heard me, wave to me. If I whistle anything more than once, it means come down to me.
Okay.
And we'll both meet at the end.
Okay. Good luck.
Giving Logan a chance to call the shots will give him confidence, but I can only allow it to go so far. If he runs into trouble now, he's on his own.
All right, so we split up now. I would never have suggested this myself,
not in a million years to split up from Logan, but since it was his suggestion, I'm gonna go with it. It does make me very nervous to separate from him, but he's not a kid anymore. And it does make sense to see what each of us can find. And we are very, very lucky that it's a cloudy day. I mean, I hope it doesn't come on to rain, but the clouds are really good for us having to do a trek like this.
Going along, as I'm going, I see these little guys. I believe it's some type of cacti. As I'm going, I'm gonna keep picking them up and bring it back for my dad.
So, this is a mountain climber's trick, is to, with every step, allow your knee to lock, 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 lock. And that's supposed to be easier on the legs for going uphill. I've been trying it for a couple of years now, and as far as I'm concerned, it works. So I'm definitely doing it here. This is all uphill. So, by the looks of things, Logan's going to come face to face with some wild horses. They're right on his path.
I'm gonna lose eye contact with my dad in a minute for the next little while. So hopefully he stops and waits.
And we were supposed to be able to see each other, and I don't see him at all. I think his trek's gonna be longer and tougher.
I think we could see the horses here the other day, but I'm actually looking at 4 of them right now, and they're really close.
All right. Whew. Huh. Looks to me like Logan's actually with the horse. That would not be good. If some wild stallion wouldn't allow Logan to come up the hill. I don't know if they're aggressive here or not. Shoot. I hope he's okay. I gotta get up there. Damn. And I still got the steepest incline to do yet. Stallions can be tough, and I don't see them. Yeah, I've just lost sight of them.
After splitting up from Logan for the hike, my fears are being realized.
Okay, I just heard a horse, whinnying like crazy on these wild stallions. Well, then I heard some talking. Logan's up there. He made it past the horse. Whew. Had my heart going for a while there. Lost some calories to adrenaline.
Fortunately, Logan was able to sidestep the wild horses.
There he is. Looks like he definitely had the easier path. Oh, it just doesn't look that bad coming up here.
Honestly, it was easy peasy.
The upside of going up there is I did find a little bit of food.
Oh, a bunch of violets.
Violets.
And that stuff.
Yeah.
All right, excellent, good call. So these little guys, I don't actually know what they're called, but they're really sweet.
Found a bunch.
We have no tarp, no tent, no covering. If we don't find awesome rain shelter here,
go back.
We think about going back.
Going back in a survival situation is a calculated risk. Going forward into the unknown is a fool's game. Salvation could indeed be just up and around the corner, which is why I believe in always doing scouting missions. But turning back means assurities, reduced stress, reduced fears, and ultimately, safety.
Let's get out of here. This side of the mountain range is taking the brunt of the wind and now the rain. How quickly this changed. We were sitting on the top of the hill, munching on some of these little plants, and within 30 seconds, it's like, oh, we gotta head out of here. Unfortunately, it's such a huge hassle sometimes to retrace your steps and go back. It feels like you've failed or something like that, but that's not the case. Often, it is the safest, best thing to do. Too many people have died
because they will not retrace their steps and go backwards. They think if they push on forward, circumstances will just get better. And they don't, they get worse. So I want to get us back to where we were. It'll be a few hours getting back for sure, but at least this time, we're going downhill. Harder on the knees, easier on the cardio.
The storm has made the decision for us, so after many hours of uphill hiking, we need to beat a retreat back to where we know we can stay out of the rain. It's disappointing because we don't know what lay further ahead. Perhaps even better shelter, perhaps nothing. In and out of rainfall, Logan and I immediately set to improving our shelter in ways that will keep the rain off and the heat in.
I was coming up here to get a piece of firewood, and I rounded the corner. Saw this guy. See, he's positioning himself for a strike when he closes himself up like that. Didn't they say there was no spiders or snakes here?
No,
It looks like a snake to me.
Not supposed to be any poisonous snakes, but
Yeah, maybe it's not poisonous at all. Who knows what it is? But you want to take a chance on it?
not really.
It is indeed poisonous. This is the Mongolian Haley's viper.
In a situation like this, just assume it's poisonous, unless you know for sure, and that's probably safest. Unfortunately, you know, the other thing is it could be food. Want to let him go or you want to eat him?
I'll let him go. He's too small.
All right. Logan says let him go, don't eat him. I don't know. I'm getting hungry.
You know, most of the times, I think it's good to move. Sometimes you're just burning calories. I think that's kind of what we did today, was we just burned off a lot of calories. We could have spent all that energy making this new shelter much better instead of taking off. But we did find a bunch of wild edibles, and we know what's further afield. So Logan's had a good idea. Let's make this shelter not much better and stay here. Here comes the rain. Don't take chances in a real survival situation. Don't allow yourself to get cold, become overheated, to sweat, become exhausted, get injured, or get wet. Obey these rules of engagement, and you will live to survive another day.
Another 3 hours gone, we're still waiting out the rain. Well, Logan and I are trapped by the rain. It's not pouring down by any stretch, but it's enough that everything's getting pretty wet. See, Logan's just made himself a little shelf there to keep the firewood up on, so his feet can tuck in down there, curling up and sleeping out of the rain. Our problem is that our shelter doesn't come over quite enough. We really have to squeeze in. You can see the rain comes down there, unfortunately, which means tucking back in under here to stay dry. Watching the rain come down.
We continue to improve the shelter every chance we get, which is a must in any survival situation. Always work to improve your circumstances. You've got to be proactive in survival, so long as you have the strength.
This is actually an idea that I've stolen from my time in Sri Lanka. They were making houses there out of, well, the walls are made out of dung. So why not try the same thing?
The dung is dense enough to keep the water out. Brilliant.
All right, so the plan is to get some food. So we got a big field, lots of grasshoppers. So we're gonna catch some of those and fry them up and eat them. Gotcha. All right, so it looks like we're eating tonight.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Look at this little guy. It's actually a mushroom that we can eat if we put it in that pan and get some water going with it and try to mush it up a bit. Give us a little mushroom meal. So, a little bit more to eat along the way. It's only a little bit, but in survival, every little bit helps.
All right, well, it's starting to rain now. So I'm gonna head back. I got a bunch, so hopefully they taste good.
trapped by intermittent rain, Logan and I make do in our protective little rock shelter.
What I want to do is get our rose hip stew going, just heat it all up, and then clear the rock, because it's going to be pretty hot underneath there, and we'll roast these guys up. Pop their heads off first. Eek. Get these guts out. So this was sent in with this. I don't really know what it is. Oh. But it's some sort of traditional Mongolian food. It's like eating wood. Mm-hmm. I think we're supposed to rehydrate this with water.
Probably, yeah.
Oh no, that's what it is. I see it. It's probably hardened mare's milk cheese something or other. You taste it?
Tastes like...
Well, you know what?
cheese.
Keep it with you and gnaw on it every once in a while, because the bitterness of it will take your appetite away, which is a good thing in this situation. Oh. The milk has it tasting sort of soury. Oh, but the mushroom's soft. Soft like cardboard. Here, at least take it, have a taste, you know what I'm talking about. Kind of gross, huh?
You can taste that stuff in it.
That's from the milk. All right. Who's first?
Go for it.
Tastes like grasshopper. Yeah, go for it. It's not. Grasshoppers are good. Next to the rose hips, they're the best tasting thing here. Grasshoppers. I'm stuffed. So we are trapped in our little cave shelter here. Quite a few hours has gone by.
Well, rain finally stopped in the middle of the night. And Logan and I just get up constantly to keep the fire going. You pretty much have to get up every 20-25 minutes to feed the fire. So the sleep is a very broken sleep. We'll see how tomorrow goes.
It rained for most of the night, but there's always pros and cons, blessing and curses. And this is absolutely one of the blessings. We now have a whole new load of fresh water to drink. Oh. So I'll save half of this for Logan when he crawls out of that shelter. And this isn't the only water that I was able to collect. This is actually a traditional Mongolian method of getting water for tea, is they take the dew off of the grass and the leaves, and they shake it into a rag like this. There's so much grass here, I'm just gonna be able to keep doing this. But in this case, it's not so much the dew as it is rainwater. I wanna do it right now because the sun's just jumped up above the clouds and it's gonna dry all this grass out. So I'm gonna get busy doing that and go wring this out into the pan. And we'll get quite a few guzzles of water this morning. Something we badly needed.
With the better weather and some slight replenishment of grasshoppers and rainwater, I've talked with Logan about heading out again, but leaving our packs behind. Logan and I are gonna do more of a proper hike today. We're gonna go lightweight, another reconnaissance mission up into a different section, a different area of the mountain to see what we can find. Hiking these hills with all our gear yesterday in hopes of finding shelter proved pretty taxing on our energy reserves. We should have reversed our process and headed out as we are now. No gear, just surveying what lay ahead. What we're looking for is a pathway out of here. Like if we had to keep going and go up and over the mountains, could we do it? Is there a way out to civilization? We know going back the way we came is a way out to civilization, but is there a way pushing forward? Mongolia, the homeland of Genghis Khan, and a proving ground for Logan and I to try survival together as a team.
You got two choices. You can go back down a bit and cut along like we did yesterday, or you can go up and take your chances this way.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Instead of going down and up the saddle, go straight up.
Like, I might just hop up to the top there.
See if it goes super far?
Yeah, it's only 50 feet, 100 feet from here.
Well, it's farther than that. The thing is, over there is a saddle, a pass, that goes through the mountains, and it's lower. This is taking us up and over, which usually brings you to cliffs and things like that.
So, we'll still hit the saddle. I just want to check up here just to see if it's an easier
but we
path.
could hit the saddle with cliffs in front of us and not be able to get to it.
No, that's why I'm just checking to see what's up there.
Yeah. All right, well, you want me to wait here and you're going to call to me, or what do you want to do?
Well, sure, whatever you want. Yeah, I'm just going to go up, have a look, see if it's absolutely terrible or see if it's an easy path.
You know what that's called? That's called youth. I'm coming up behind you. Wait for me up there. And now comes the real challenge. Father and son, both stubborn, both wanting control.
Might be right. It looks pretty steep. I'm gonna keep going.
Why do you want to keep going if it looks pretty steep?
At least get a higher vantage point, see what's there.
You're gonna get a higher vantage point to look at a cliff that's 1,000 feet down that you can't get down. There was a saddle over there, just like yesterday. Easy walk up and over. That's how this works. You're looking at the spectacular scenery thinking, oh, it's a tough climb for me as a dude, and you're gonna be stuck in the middle of nowhere. You can't get down. And the fact of the matter is, if we're trying to get over to go to the other side to get out of here and to get to civilization, you take the saddle, you take the passes. That's why they're called passes.
All right, head back down. I'll meet you there in 5 minutes.
No, I don't want to split up today.
All right.
I'll come up to where you are. Let me see what you're looking at. Never overexert yourself. It's my rule of survival. But Logan is making his own rules now. Which way are you thinking of going?
Top of the ridge, see what happens. Super steep, come back.
It just gets higher and higher and higher. You're climbing a mountain, whereas the pass will go right there and drop over.
Okay, so go down the pass then.
Why do you want to climb a mountain with no calories in you?
So I'll go to the top, see if there's an easy path down. If there's not, I'll come back down.
There's a pass over there. All right, so it's like a smooth little saddle, up, over, and you're in the next valley. You're like avoiding the pass and going over the mountain.
Okay.
Which doesn't make any sense at all.
So wait for me here. I'll go to the top, come back down, we'll go through the pass.
Okay. I think we got rain coming in.
Okay.
And we don't have our rain gear with us, so at the first drop, we got to turn around and get back.
Okay.
We're going to get soaked.
Old man's getting slow on me.
I probably should have just said no and let experience, win the day. But if he wants to be stubborn about it, great, go for it. But it's a stupid thing in survival. You've got to monitor your calories. You've got to expend the fewest amount of calories possible in a survival situation unless you really have to. Logan's climbing the mountain. I'll sit here and conserve calories.
Yo.
Yeah.
So it just goes downhill, not too steep.
But can you see civilization?
No.
So we just climbed a mountain for no reason.
Logan is thinking short term. I'm thinking long term.
You know what Logan is doing is he's using his youthful vigor and youthful ego to go tougher routes. And that's not the way this works. That's how you get yourself into trouble. So I'm coming down in grass, nice and easy swoop. He's going down that. What I also don't like about this is we just split up unceremoniously. So I'm not even sure where he's coming down. And he's not really sure where I'm going either. Stupid and dangerous.
You there, Log? All right, well, let's meet up over here. Just keep going before we get rained on.
As we push farther than yesterday, we make a discovery that is equally exciting as it is disappointing. If only we had come upon it yesterday before the storm came in.
It's an incredible cave. All right, we've got time. Let's go down like 60 seconds here and just see.
A cave only 600 yards past the point we turned around the day before. Completely protected and dry. It would have saved us a lot of spent energy.
It's too bad we didn't keep going yesterday. See what happens when weather messes with you. We missed out on this. Oh, this would have saved us a lot of hassle. We wouldn't have had to have built anything because we would have been completely out of the rain. Heck, we could even stand up. The only thing lacking is firewood, but the energy that we wouldn't have used building our shelter back at base camp, we could have used getting firewood here. Them's the breaks when it comes to survival.
Yep.
This is why I always promote exploring in a survival situation. You burn a lot of calories, it's true, so you've got to offset what you might find with the calories you're burning. You've got to pay attention to that. We both feel strong enough right now. That's why we're doing this reconnaissance mission here. And that's why we did it yesterday. We just got cut short by some bad weather. Otherwise, we were going to walk up this. We would have seen that cave. And I guarantee we would have stayed here because we would not have wanted to go back after finding this cave, eh? Which means we would have been ready to go over the top today rather than doing the long hike it's taken us to get in here. It's always a process of decisions. Good ones, bad ones, and ones you just can't control. But you gotta make them anyway. So we're still going up a little farther because there's a hill here we can get a better vantage point, but it's either gonna be a valley and civilization or it's gonna be just more Mongolia, which is my guess. Bro. Once again, the path of least resistance is the way back. Look at this. We're not going anywhere here. And we're up on top of cliffs here too. Mm-hmm. So this is how quickly it turns. So now, my earlier lament about not having found that sheep's cave and stayed there last night so that we could get here and keep going is met by the fact that we can't keep going here. We've just hit an impasse. We're on top of cliffs and we're looking at cliffs over there. See, this is exactly how it happens. Push on, push on. It's got to be right over there. And that's the conversation people have, that if you just keep pushing forward, you can get out of the survival situation. And my contention has always been no. If you know the way back, and you know you can make it the way back, even if it's 50 miles, do the 50 miles. You think it might only be 5 miles this way to get out, and then you hit something like this. You're not going anywhere.
As we explore, Logan's drive, youth, and sense of adventure pays off. he finds a way down.
So Logan actually went searching and found a trail. And I don't think it's a horse trail, I think it's a human trail. So after all this lamenting that we've hit an impasse, thanks to Logan doing a little extra scouting, perhaps we did not after all. And that's when I'm willing more to take a chance, you know, to get out of an area and then you start to see a well-established human trail and it's leading down and in the right direction. It's a gamble to take, I guess.
So I bet you this is the trail then down.
It's the trail down, but again, it's like down to where? You know, you'd have to go down quite a ways to see if it goes anywhere. And then you've got all that forest down there. Like, where does it actually go?
You're a long ways down. But if this is the path...
I mean, if we chance this tomorrow, we could go a long way and not be anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back the way we came in, we know where to go. Decisions, decisions. Going up and over this pass and going down makes sense. But that is also what's gotten people in trouble before. I think what we're going to do is go back to base camp, which is a few hours back, settle in, try to get a bit of food. And if we're going to come out this way, we'll suit up tomorrow and come out. Survival situations always demand a lot of decision-making, constant decision-making. Choices can be tricky.
I can take this moment back at the safety of our camp to challenge Logan. He's never attempted fire without matches before. Let's see if he's been paying attention to the master, his dad.
What are you gonna try and do?
So I was just gonna use the striker and try to strike up some of the grass.
Okay.
I'm already frustrated that he won't take my advice on using the horse dung, and I'm doubtful the brittle weeds he's chosen are the right thickness. But he's going by my initial teaching of watching for characteristics and is making his own judgment call.
I haven't seen any smoke. I don't think you got anything.
Had it.
Do you want me to give it a shot?
No, I'll try this one, and if not, then you go for it.
But in survival, you live and die by your judgment calls. There's no room for ego, his or mine. And he's proving me wrong.
Hey, right on. This is what you gotta have ready too. Hey, lots of sticks. Nice. So that worked?
Mm-hmm.
Your method with the grass worked.
I've survived in every ecosystem the world has to offer. Started fires in all manner of ways. Built shelters, foraged, hunted, and fished for food. I've navigated across difficult lands. Built signaling devices and treated injuries. All in the name of wilderness survival. All with the motivation and the agenda of connecting people, of connecting myself to nature. It's now my son and my daughter's time to do the same. For without connecting to the land, to nature, without protecting and caring for our natural world, there is no survival.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of people head off into back trails, training for marathons, triathlons, adventure races, you name it. Instead, what happens is they find themselves turned around, lost. Now, for a lot of those people, they may be lucky. They've let somebody know where they were going. Or maybe they had a cell phone, just enough bars left to get a message out. But in a lot of cases, they know help is coming. Just not until tomorrow. Welcome to Survivorman, 24 hours. The jogging edition. So what I want to do now is simulate not only what happens to thousands of people, and that is you're out jogging, exercising, and you get turned around. Look at this, already I'm trying to follow a trail and I'm already off the trail. I'm simulating it very well at the moment. You might notice as I go along the trail here, there's some red ribbon. Yikes. Okay. All right, well, guess I can't hide that one. I know my editor's gonna keep that in this cut. That's what happens when Survivorman walks face first into a really big, thick spider web. It's like freaking Harry Potter up here. Where was I? Oh yeah. So you saw the red ribbons in the tree. That's because this particular trail that I'm hiking right now is exactly a trail that I marked off. Why did I mark it off? Well, so I could run it often. Okay, yeah, but why did I mark it off if it seems so simple to follow? Because the first time I came up here, I was just checking the area out. I had nothing with me. I was wearing basically this outfit, cut-off t-shirt, pair of running pants, some running shoes, not much else. And I got lost. Not a little bit lost, hopelessly lost. I'm taking myself up into the area where I did get turned around. I'm gonna get turned around again. What happened that day was I counted on the berm in behind you and the berm in behind me and this pathway going straight up to guide my way for all of my jogging. But what happened was, once I got up there and I turned around to come back, I mean, this didn't look any different than this, or this, or this. It all looked the same. Nothing looked like the way down, or actually, more to the point, everywhere looked like the way down. And I'm not even sure if that's where I went down there, it might have been, or whether it was another hill over here. It was incredibly confusing. And yes, I'm well aware of the irony of the fact that Survivorman got lost while he was out jogging. Last time I was hiking out here, just last week, came upon a beautiful rattlesnake. Definitely something to watch out for. And the dangers here, if you can call them dangerous, and they're only dangerous if you don't respect them. A black bear, cougar, rattlesnakes, hornet's nests. But for me, oh, I guess I should count in poison oak here too. But the thing I would worry about most here, the meanest danger of all, ticks.
It's evident now that Lyme disease contracted through tick bites has been increasing steadily and rapidly every single year. It's often what's unseen that is the most dangerous. A lion attack is sensationalistic for storytelling, but it's the small things that are much more likely to affect you.
Last time I was here, just down there, face to face with a cougar. And I do mean face to face, 15 feet away from each other. At first he was stalking me, guaranteed. Probably thought I was a wounded deer by the way I sounded. We stared each other down. I gave him a shout and he took off. I gave him or her maybe 140, 150 pounds. So my hope is he or she hasn't gained any weight in the intervening months.
All predators fear getting injured. If you appear as a capable threat to cougars and black bears by standing tall and proud and being unpredictable and loud, and not instead as potential prey by running away, you stand a much better chance of walking away.
You can see how easy it would be for me to snap an ankle out here. I'm not going to simulate an injury in this attempt at Survivorman 24 hours. It would be easy when you're running across stuff like this. There's a vulture up there. Oh my gosh, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a whole bunch of vultures up there. I don't know if you can see them. Not today, boys. Not today. I said I wanted to simulate someone trail running. So I'm just working out, going up, 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 get my sweat on. There's one thing's for sure when it comes to survival. It's not something you ever are ready for. It just happens when it's going to happen. You better hope you have a skill set to survive it. Look at all that poison oak. Whew. Normally I'd be out here with jogging shorts on, but the reason why I'm wearing long pants for jogging on a day that's pretty darn hot is the poison oak. So pants and socks to protect me from that. Just the same, the oils can get on your clothing. And so when I finish a jog like this through poison ivy or poison oak, first thing I do is carefully take off my clothes and throw it right into the laundry, and then have a very soapy shower. Make no mistake about it, when I jog trails, well, of course I'm usually by myself, I don't just put my nose down and keep going. I always stop, because I have to catch my breath anyway. When I do that, I scan around, look around behind me. Ever since having that cougar stalk me and look like it was going to pounce on me, I've made it a habit to look behind.
It's a simple concept. Look behind. Never mind for cougars, but just also to see what your route home looks like. It can make a huge difference on finding your way out.
As I look and I scan all around, I'm at sort of a bermy area, but you can't really tell. Without trail markers, you can't tell which end is up. Well, I can see the sun, but even that, once you get turned around enough times, even where the sun is in the sky, not to mention the fact that over time it's been moving on you, can be misleading if you're not paying real close attention. And then you get, well, you get this. This is what it feels like. Panicked and trying to figure out which trail was it, which trail was it. You get into this panic mode where you're looking and you go, okay, I think I was here before, but I can't really tell. The thing about human nature is we will always try to find the path of least resistance. And what is that pathway? Down. But down may very well take me straight down into a valley where there's no trails, no roads, no houses, no people, nothing. No, in fact, sometimes the better thing to do is to go up. At least when you go up, sooner or later, if you're able to go up, and it's not, like climbing a mountain, then you start to get a bird's eye view. I'm out here to get purposely lost for Survivorman 24 hours, and the reality is if I don't pay attention, this may be a lot more real than I want it to be.
Even the act of filming myself is enough to have me lose my concentration on where I am and where I'm going. It only takes seconds to get lost.
See what I mean? Like, look how far I can see now from here, and yet I can't see any. I see a clearing on the side of the mountain, but that's like an old avalanche clearing. I can't see any buildings, I can't see any roads, can't see any roads from here. I think sometimes too, depending on the topography, our minds really want us to see something that looks familiar. And if you're in the thicket, you're in thick forest and tangled forest, the minute you see a clearing, something like this, where I'm on right now, this is just a natural clearing. There's nothing special about it. Humans didn't make it, but it feels like a nice parkland. And so that feeling leads me down the road of believing that, well, this looks pretty. This must be the way out. And look at this. Come along here, I can even see where humans have been. There are cut trees. Trees were sawn off some years ago, gathering of the forest debris. They do burning of that. So I must be somewhere close, right? Wrong. In fact, I come here to the edge and I see nothing but a valley. A vast valley with no humans or roads or building structures whatsoever. So what do? Do you keep going? Sometimes, maybe. Sometimes, maybe not. You have to weigh all of the information at one sitting. Stop the panic. Number one thing, stop the panic. Let's take a little bit of my own medicine, slow down, and assess the situation. I want to take a look at the knowledge that rescue is coming tomorrow. Now, how did that happen? Well, I actually do jog with my phone. It could be something as simple as sending out a text and being very specific as to what's gone on, where I think I am, and the fact that I'm, maybe scared and can't get out of here. And getting an answer back saying, okay, we have a good idea of where you are. We'll be able to come in to get to you, but given the time of the day and maybe where they are, we can't get there tonight. How will you be for tomorrow, overnight? And you text back and say, I can make it through the night. I'll sit right here and wait for you. Because we all figure we can do that, right? Little do we know what might be in store for us in saying yes to something like that. But in any event, sure, you send a text back saying, okay, I'll stay out the night. Please come and get me as soon as you can. I want to save the power in my phone. I've secured the messaging and I know someone's coming to get me. I recognize the fact they can't come and get me until tomorrow morning. I'm not going to spend my time texting friends and saying, hey, you'll never guess what situation I'm in. It's almost like I'm Survivorman. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save the battery power and keep it for my flashlight and for emergency texting the next morning. When I jog, I actually usually have a small, what they call a camel pack, a water pack, right tight on my back. And I do have that this time. So I've got some water with me. What I'll want to do is I want to ration it, but I will want to keep consuming it. I won't need it so much at night. I need it now in the heat of the day. It's a pretty hot day, so staying hydrated is going to be very important, and overnight I just won't need it as much. The other thing that I have when I jog in this territory, especially because I have come across cougar here before, and there's lots of black bear poop all around, is a little tiny thing of bear spray, they call it. I don't know, it's probably mace or something like that. But it's just a nice little guy that's light that you can put on your pack. Good thing to do actually in a situation like this is to buy 2 of them and take one and just test it. Don't test it on anybody and don't test it on your dog. Then you know how to use these things. I used to do that with EpiPens. Take a defunct one and stick it into an orange and test it just to see what it's like to use an EpiPen rather than destroying a good new one. So same thing with the mace there. So I'm out here with some water and the spray. Now normally in this situation I also come out here with a knife. Yes, I do. I do actually jog with a knife when I'm in the backwoods. I didn't this time. Why not? Because most people don't. Most people don't have a knife with them, and I've often come out here without a knife as well. After I ran into that cougar, I started carrying a knife every time up on my strap, ready to go. But for the time being out here, while having to survive being lost as a trail runner, no knife. All right, let's do the 3 zones of assessment. Zone of assessment number 1 is my pack, the ground's right here, and then also what I'm wearing, which in this situation is not much. I've got my jogging clothes, that's it. Normally you see me dressed to the nines as far as being out there in bush gear, filming my survival expeditions. This time, I'm here to simulate what happens to a trail runner. So for today, I'm a trail runner, not Survivorman. Hence, just some jogging clothes. All right, zone of assessment number 2 is the immediate surroundings here. Well, there's lots of firewood, but I have no matches, no striker, no spark, no rock and steel, nothing. Could I do a fire bow? With a great deal of effort, I might be able to do a fire bow, but I want to watch my energy level, and maybe that'll be something that I lock into tomorrow morning to signal somebody, is I build a signal fire. But for now, I'll have to go without a fire. I don't really have many options, and I'm quite certain that a fire bow is a long way off with the wood that I see kicking around here. All right, and zone of assessment number 3 now is what's further and beyond. And frankly, I don't see much of anything. All I see further and beyond are the hills. The whole point of
of the fact that I'm lost is that I don't know how to get to a cabin a few miles down a river. I don't know where the road is from here. And that's why I always stress when you're going out on a major trip that you look at the maps, that you share in the maps that the guide might have, that you figure out, you know where your escape zones are. So it would be good if I knew that no matter what, if I go down, I will hit a road. But I don't know that out here.
It takes seconds or even just minutes to look on Google Earth to see the terrain that you're going to travel in. Or maybe just to ask your guide to have a look at his or her maps. And I'll tell you one thing, if you're on a guided trip and the leader doesn't let you see and perhaps even photograph the maps, then you're on the wrong trip. A good leader wants the travelers to be well informed.
If you've seen the work that I do, you know that I have a little saying. You sweat, you die. Well, this is one of those cases where that little phrase is very important. Because right now I have been sweating profusely because I've been running. This buff on my head is soaking wet, my shirt is soaking wet. If I don't dry out, then I'm going into the evening with damp or wet clothing. And believe me, it's pretty wet from my sweat. So, step number one is to dry out. Because even on a night like this, when the temperatures are warm and they won't be too bad, I don't think tonight, hypothermia is always lurking around the corner. And not keeping yourself dry is part and parcel of that happening.
Just a half an hour in the sun, and you rectify an otherwise potentially life-threatening situation, because hypothermia can kill.
All right. Well, the rest of my gear dries in the sun, which is actually taking no time at all. The pants are already dry. Now, as I've said, this is absolutely cougar territory, black bear territory. It'd be more the cougar that I think about than anything else. And of course, they like to attack from behind, so you're always thinking about that. I mean, one easy answer, of course, is have a club. So, there we go. You can see the club. Actually, there we go. Whether or not this will do me any good, I'm not sure, but at least it makes me feel a little better. But something I absolutely do in circumstances like this all the time is I look for trees like this. And as I scan my mini horizon here of forest, I find trees like that, and to me, they represent safe zones. In fact, there's an awful lot of trees that are kind of bent over, and I can easily climb up into them. And as I had to do in India with a tiger, actually, same thing here. Knowing that I'm in a zone of danger, and there's potentially cougar here that potentially might be interested in me, I want to know where all my escape routes are. These trees, even though cougars can climb, that's fine, but at least if I'm up high, I have the advantage. Remember that all predators fear getting hurt. They can't afford to have their eyes or their nose or their mouth hurt. If that happens, they can't hunt anymore. They'll starve. So when you surprise even a grizzly bear by stinging its nose or something like that, often what'll happen, you'll freak it out and it'll take off. And of course, certain predators like cougar or sharks, they are completely obsessed with attacking you from behind. So whenever you can make sure it can see your eyes, you do so. And in the case here, I'm gonna get up in a tree if I have to, I'm gonna stare it down, and if it keeps coming, I got a club and a pack. And I can see all of the trees around me that are my escape route, depending on where the animal might come from. But don't let me overemphasize the danger, because the reality is, cougar doesn't want me any more than I want him. All right, now bear in mind, as I put this bird's eye view up there to see where I am, that I can't see anything but bush and trees and the big valley all around. So if you spot any trails, if you see any roads or any buildings, I can't see those. And there could be one very close to me, but it doesn't matter when you're lost. If you don't know it's there, for all intent and purposes, it's not. All right, let's give this a shot. With this little aerial camera, I could see in the screen buildings,
a little hard to tell what direction, but I think probably over in that direction. I'm not quite certain. But again, from where I stand right here, I don't see a thing. I can't hear it. I can't see it through the trees. I have no way of knowing how to get to it. You know, indecision can be a very powerful affliction when you're lost and alone. You're trying to figure out what to do next. I myself have gone back and forth on decisions many, many times. Am I doing the right thing? Is this the right place for me to stay, to hold up? Should I be moving? Is it too dangerous to move? Well, in this situation, there's so much poison oak where I am right now. I am going to move on. I'm going to continue to go up, but now that I've taken the time to dry all of my clothing out, and now that I know I'm lost, and now that I know that someone's coming to get me tomorrow, I am going to make my steps really, really count. Moving slowly, methodically, not jumping, not running, and certainly not allowing myself to get sweaty. So, the next moves that I make, or that anyone makes in a situation like this, are extremely important. And I will calculate my risk. You know, a lot of times, I think people think that with the training that I give and the work I do in teaching survival, that I'm an adrenaline junkie. And in fact, I'm not an adrenaline junkie at all. I do very well calculated risks so that I don't put myself in harm's way. That's the deal with survival. This isn't about recreation. This is about making it through the night.
One night. All this talk about long-term survival and building shelters, when in reality, one night alone can be hell.
Some people don't talk about, except for the victims, of course, the lost victims, how embarrassing it is to get yourself lost. Heck, I've been lost twice in the last 10 years, and I'm Survivorman. It's not supposed to happen to me. But it does, and it's embarrassing. And so that embarrassment is another surprise motivational factor for pushing you forward, making you keep going. You want to see what's up around the bend. You want to see, is the road over there? Is it over there? Is it over there? Where's the trail? Is that a building I see? Anything to save the embarrassment of someone finally coming to get you and find you the next day. If you can send a text in 3 hours saying, hey man, I made it out, all good, no problem, just got a little turned around, and then the embarrassment is slight. But boy, if you gotta wait for them to come in the next day, it's just embarrassing. And that's why you keep moving when you shouldn't. You know, there's a skill set that is highly advantageous in a survival situation, very, very useful. It's something that when I was young, I thought it was just cool, and I practiced it till I gained the ability to do one thing, and this one thing I have been able to utilize for signaling. And it's this. Cuts right through and is far more effective than trying to yell. When I've had to whistle across sets of rapids, I've seen them pop up and spot me as I'm yelling at them to get over to the left instead of the right so they don't go over the waterfall. But yet, for the first 30 seconds to 60 seconds before that, yelling at the top of my lungs did absolutely no good whatsoever. Learn how to whistle.
My reason for moving around and checking out the area after I've already arranged to be picked up the next day is to simply make sure that I'm in the most comfortable place I can find for the night. I'm not really going that far from where I sent the text.
I started sweating again here. Gotta be careful. Went down, back up, and just going back up a little bit has got me sweating. So I think given the time of day and the fact that I'm not finding anything advantageous, no creeks, no streams, no roads, no trails, no way out of here, I think I'm just gonna hold up right here. I think what I like about it is this sort of, oh shoot, there is some poison oak there. Well, maybe right down in here, I like having a whole sort of grove of trees at my back. It just feels like protection, you know? So I think sitting up here and seeing what the night brings in
is what I'll do now. So why am I not building a shelter?
I'm not going to build a shelter because it doesn't make any sense to do so. And anyway, who would have the energy after first jogging, then getting lost, and then looking for a place to wait out rescue? Survival is not a recreational activity. It's getting through something and then getting out of it.
All right, found my little place to stay for the night, kind of regain my composure. Why not build a shelter? Because knowing that I'm going to be rescued tomorrow, that's a lot of effort to go through. A lot of calories to be burned up. With the ground so covered with poison oak everywhere, it's just not worth it. If I had a lighter, I would absolutely get a fire going. That much I would do. But I don't have anything like that. I don't have a striker or a lighter or anything. And that's something to note, that for trail running off in the bush, some bear spray, water, signaling device. I mean, listen, you know what? Listen to that. I can hear, I'm so close to a highway, I can hear a highway in the distance. I happen to know from this topography that in between myself and that highway, ton of sort of very steep mountainous kind of area. So I could never actually make it to the highway that I can hear. Now, talk about a psychological battle when you're stuck out here, to be able to hear traffic in the background. I guarantee you that on at least 3 or 4, maybe more of the Survivorman episodes that I've shot, ostensibly in the middle of nowhere, I could still hear the odd bit of traffic. It would carry through the atmosphere, reflect off the clouds. It's like seeing a big plane way up in the sky in a survival situation. You know there are people on that plane having a glass of wine and going home that night. And you're down here in this area and wishing you were either up in that plane, out on that highway, or just back at home.
Using the backpack as my pillow, my bed, ostensibly, I'll wait it out here. You know what's really tempting? To get on the cell phone and start texting people. And it would be incredibly tempting for anybody in this situation because it represents comfort. Without a fire, without anybody else that I'm lost with, this is my connectivity to the world out there where everybody else is. Not the world in here where it's about to get very dark and potentially mosquito laden and buggy. So this is tempting, but I need the flashlight on this. The flashlight is my survival tool in this scenario because soon it's going to be very, very dark in here. I can't see how it would be possible to be so diligent to say, oh no, I didn't need to talk to anybody, I was fine. It's like, no, you're not fine. You're probably afraid and it's dark and there's sounds you don't know and it gets a little scary, so start texting. Start watching that battery percentage go down, down, down. Now you don't have a flashlight. Now when a cougar or a black bear stumbles into the area here, you don't have any light at all. That wouldn't be fun. Nothing about survival is fun.
You know, right now, this is actually pretty much the hour that I dislike the most in any survival situation. This is the witching hour. It's when it's all dusky and it's getting dark, but you can still see everything. And so then your mind starts to play tricks on you because, you know, what was once a stump is now a bear. What was once a branch is now a wolf. And your mind just goes there. Whereas later, when it gets to be, you know, pitch black and it's dark, you can't see anything. And it's you're kind of in it then and you're kind of over it. So it's like, all right, well now it's dark and now if I can, I'm going to try to sleep. You know? And without a fire, it's always the worst. As I always point out, if you just memorize your surroundings as it exists right here, right now, once it's dark, it's exactly the same. There is no difference to what is around you. You're still in the safe little spot you were. Everything is still there. It's just dark. That's the only difference. So you play that little mind game with yourself and it makes you feel at least a little more comfortable when it does become pitch black. Let me show you how dark it is by my eyes without the camera's help.
There you go. That's more like what I'm seeing. Yeah. Definitely a few mosquitoes. It's quiet. There you go. Cell phone flashlight. A time like this, it's just worth its weight in gold. I can use it obviously for signaling, but also I can look over at whatever is making the sound that I don't like. So, if you're gonna have one thing on your cell phone that's an app for heading out into the woods, make sure that it's a flashlight. I'll turn this off though and save the batteries. I guess the other reality is that if I don't need a full bright light, I can always do that and just go by the light of the phone. Of course, it'll keep turning off, I suppose, but pretty useful. Modern technology making survival easier. Now it's dark again.
Is that it? Just wait out the night until rescue comes? Sometimes, maybe. Other times, your fear keeps a tight grip on you, and in reality, you just sit up all night. Maybe cold, maybe bug-bitten, maybe allowing your inner demons to torment you mentally and keep you freaked out all night. You check your watch if you have one. You think it's gonna say 4:30 a.m. with daylight just around the corner, and instead, it reads 11:30 p.m. And that's why I hate having a watch on a night of survival.
Well, mosquitoes definitely left me alone last night because of how cold it got. That's a funny sound. A bird in jeopardy or something. So most of the night is really just spent doing push-ups to keep knocking the chill out. No sleep, zero sleep really. Now the idea is just to go and stay in the find the sun. I see the sun hitting the tops of the trees, so find the sun, stay in that, stay in a berm, like a sort of a top perchy area so they can hear sounds from all around, and when you start hearing the sounds of your rescuers, you can yell or, better yet, whistle back. Moral of the story, make sure you take your cell phone with you if you're going to go out and do some trail running. Even better than that, go with somebody and let people know exactly where it is you're going. I still do that to this day. I'll send a text message saying, running the hill trail, 3 p.m. less. And I'll send that message out. There's a level of comfort in that, in knowing that somebody knows where I'm going and what time I left. And it's with someone who would expect to hear back from me afterwards, and if they don't, at least they have a starting point. All right, I'll find my bandana. Oh, by the way, don't learn the hard way. Use rocks, bark, some fat leaves, even pine needles. If you have to go to the bathroom, don't use any poison oak.
Not far from the lights, the sounds, and the gambling of Las Vegas, Nevada, just a mere drive from the city center, lies a vast and beautiful desert. It's home to scorpions and snakes, deer, sheep, and mountain lions, and also stand-up comedians.
Okay, so Les is up at the car. I'm gonna tell you something, I'm a little nervous about this. It's windy, it's cold. I'm gonna make this. I don't think he thinks I'm going to, but I'm gonna make it.
So, this is the deal. Just way down there, and doesn't really know what I have in store for him. I mean, I'm not going to kill the guy, but I ain't going to make it easy either.
I got to go Survivorman style. I got to film myself. That wasn't in the contract. But he's getting all geared up. I'm geared up, ready to go. It's a little windy, a little chilly, which doesn't speak highly of tonight. But we're here. Me and the Survivorman taking on the deserts of Nevada. What have I done?
There's Bill. You know, Bill, they put people away who talk to themselves.
Here he comes. This is like when you know back in school when your teacher would get sick and you thought you had a day off and then the substitute showed up. Guess what? My substitute just arrived.
Yeah, and you know what? Class is in.
Here we go. And by the way, just so you know, I'm doing this Survivorman style. I'm carrying my own camera. It really wasn't in the contract, but
you didn't read the fine print.
Apparently I didn't.
Hang on, now let's see. Let's make sure you got this working right. Should I check, or you are a man of media? But let's see.
Okay, let's see.
It's recording.
Check it out. See there?
I can see your voice.
I can see you.
This is the Bill and Les's great adventure. Here we go. Oh, my friend. Good luck. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do this.
All right, let's go.
Now, Les, you leave yours running pretty much all the time.
Stop with the questions already.
And how far do we got to walk? And my feet hurt. I'm thirsty.
So let's take a look at what you've got.
Okay.
I want to see what supplies you brought, and then tell me why you brought them.
All right, I brought stuff along the thinking lines. So, obviously, knife.
Okay.
Paracord. Headlamp.
Okay.
Flashlight. I brought this.
Yeah.
Because I want to see if maybe we can start a fire that way. And I brought
2 power bars?
2 power bars.
Okay.
And that's it.
That's it? Bag's empty?
Bag's empty.
Just the bottles of water?
Yep.
Bag's empty. Okay. First of all, with this group of items.
Right.
Tell me what you think would be the 2, if you could only have 2, what would be the 2 most important items you would have? If I said pick 2, we got to go. What would they be?
Matches. And a flashlight.
You have chosen wisely, my son.
Really?
You have chosen very wisely. I would tell you that if I had to make this choice, I would pick the same 2 items. Exactly the same 2 items. And I'll tell you why. First of all, when it comes to the flashlights, but here's what we're going to do. See, unfortunately for you, you've just made your choice.
Damn it.
So what we're going to do is, I'm going to leave you with all 3 flashlights. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
We don't want a life and death situation in the middle of the night and for want of a flashlight.
Right.
I would never take your flashlight away from you, not in this situation. Got to have a light at night. Anything from you walk by and poke your eye from a stick on a tree and a branch in a tree, we got to have a flashlight at night. That's vital importance. So do that. The matches are absolutely, I agree with you, vital. But you made a mistake, Bill.
What?
You told me you really, really wanted to try it with this, so what you're going to have is only this.
You know, a long time ago, my granddad told me sometimes it's better just to keep your mouth shut.
He was a right granddad. Now,
okay, all right, I'm in for a pound there.
Now, what we'll do is, I'm going to be a nice guy just the same.
Okay.
And we're going to go with the 2 power bars. Now, that might look like to somebody watching, like, oh, you got power bars, man, you're fine. You try that all day. That's all you got, and you're hiking these hills. And
The reason why I want you to take these is because of blood sugar level.
Right.
I don't want you to be a liability to me. I don't want to be like, Bill's like feeling fainty. So this is really important.
Okay.
To me, this is important. So we're going to do that. But we're going to do everything else without the aid of cutting implements.
Okay.
Okay. For the most part. And since your striker has a striker on it, let's see what it's like without a knife. And I'll tell you one thing, I kind of agree. Knives are great. I mean, I've got knives and stuff, but yeah, in the end, it's those matches, that really matter
I want
the
fire.
most. So these things here, I'm taking away from you.
Okay.
But I'm giving you this old army wool blanket.
Okay.
So I'm gonna challenge you by taking those away, but by giving you this army wool blanket.
Okay, now do you want me to show you what my wife gave me?
Yes, I do.
This was my wife's idea, because she knows about me sleeping. And I said, well, at least I have my backpack I can kind of use as a pillow.
Yeah.
She goes, well, what if you did this? And she gave me a baggie.
Making an air pillow.
And she goes,
normally I would have said, you gotta leave that behind, but I do not want to invoke the wrath of Gail. That pillow's coming. That's a good idea.
I got news for you though. This will work for about an hour.
There you go.
And then the air is gonna slowly seep out of it.
But do you know what you can do with that?
No, what?
You can collect water. You can carry fire starting items.
See
you
there,
can do
honey?
A lot with it. Actually, a Ziploc bag is on my list of must-have survival kit items.
All right.
So, now I've got a present for you. This I've actually emptied. It normally comes fully stocked with a massive amount of survival supplies, but then that's going to be almost like cheating, to be honest with you. So I'm going to give you this guy to carry with you as well.
I'm hoping it's a coffee pot.
Well, it is a coffee pot. It's this, but without the coffee. That's it, man. We are, with that, let's go up, let's get our camera gear, and let's get...
Surviving.
Let's get surviving, exactly.
Wait, I got to do this.
Yeah.
Commercial break.
The first task is simply to walk Bill a while, get him to separate his thoughts, his body, his reality from the fun and games of Las Vegas, and into a mindset of survival. Even the crew who are getting these final aerial shots will now let us walk away on our own. It may look hot now, but this time of year there's still snow on the high tops, and the nights can get brutally cold. All jokes aside, survival out here, with a strong wind cutting across the open desert lands, is always as real as it gets.
Okay, so we were talking about the wind.
Yeah.
And
it's killer, it's deadly.
What you were saying that you wanted to talk about, like, take where the land takes us and then try to find a place that's sheltered?
I'm going to lead us in for a ways here. And then when I'm ready, you're going to take over and you're going to lead us where we walk. We've got a bit of a dirt road trail that we can follow for a while.
Right.
But then I want to take us off the road and set you up for being the leader. You got to make the decisions.
Really? Okay.
What are the dangers here? Well, danger number one is dehydration.
Right.
That is our biggest enemy here.
I was going to ask you, do you have, for lack of a better term, an equation? Like, we've got 2 bottles of water each. How do you, in your head, parse it out so that you know you've got water for the whole?
It's a tough one.
Do you take like a swig just to keep your mouth wet?
Sometimes, yes. It depends on where you are, of course. The desert is going to play a whole different game on you, right?
If it was 100 degrees, that'd be a different story than it is now.
We'd be in big trouble.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm, say, in northern Ontario, Canada, by a lake, I'm going to guzzle. In fact, here's a trick I would do with water. If I'm by a lake and I can drink it, no food, I would guzzle as much as I could every half an hour, religiously. And the result would be, I wouldn't feel hungry.
Because your stomach's always
My
full.
stomach's bloated and I don't feel hungry.
Right.
I still get a little weak and stuff like that, but I don't feel hungry. And it's a nice little trick, in a survival situation. But here, I don't really have a plan for us tonight, Bill. I think we've got a couple of bottles of water. This is, as I say, this is
Vegas air, right? This is as dry gets.
Right.
So I'm just gonna kind of drink when I need to and hope for the best. Might sound a little casual, but it's kind of what I'm gonna do. Now, the next danger, I will say, is cougar. I do know that there are 3 very large female mountain lions living right in this valley where we are.
Now, how did you know that?
I researched. I checked this area out, and that's what I discovered. There's 3,000 deer, almost 1,000 sheep, I think, and 3 big female mountain lions. So, matters mostly if we go off alone.
Right.
But here's the redeeming part. They do not like to attack anything that's over 90 pounds. So,
yeah,
we're fine. I've been face to face with a mountain lion, and I just gave it a yell and it took off.
Now, would you ever consider camping in an area like this? Like, see this little concave rock thing? I like that it's got this.
No, it's great. It's a good spot. I mean, we're going to be walking farther, but it is a good spot. But that's actually what you just did is a really good idea. Take stock as you go.
Right.
Let's say we walk for even a mile, and there's nothing, and we see nothing, and we come up, and at a mile, it actually gets dangerous. We might actually want to say, you know what? You remember that rock face back there?
Right.
We've got time. Let's go back to it. And that might be a very important decision to make.
Bill is anxious to get shelter building, but I've got to keep him moving, break him down just a little to leave the outside world behind. But creating a mental picture you can go back to of everything you see along the trail is a fantastic start to ensuring survival. But the danger of the situation turning ugly is always only one wrong step away.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Scat. That's mountain lion scat.
That is indeed mountain lion scat.
It's old.
Very old, but... There you go.
There's rabbit fur in it. Look at the human tooth.
There you go. We got mountain lion, that's for sure. This, my friend, for example, as far as what you can eat or ingest, this is Mormon tea. And they would actually, it actually gives you a little bit of a boost, like a caffeine boost.
Right.
But it's very gentle. You don't get a caffeine, crash afterwards.
So you just break some of this up, boil it in water?
Break some of this, boil it in water. You've got a tin. So, one thing we could start right now is me telling you this.
Grab it when you can?
Always grab it when you can, man. I've been in, like, say, Ontario, land of the silver birch kind of thing.
Right.
Oh, no, we'll get some birch when we get to camp, and we'll use that for fire starter. You get there, and you're in a poplar forest, and there's no birch. So it's always, in survival, it's always grab. You don't know what's up around the corner. Could be nothing. So if you want to try some of this tonight, break it off, shove it in your pockets, and we'll be good to go.
Bill comes with his own set of wilderness skills. He's an avid hunter and is no stranger to the out-of-doors. So it's time to let him take control and see if he can make the right decisions when it comes to survival. There's no deer stand to hang out in here.
So we probably need to go ahead and find a place that we're going to call home for the night and get a fire going.
Well, let me tell you what the deal's going to be, how we'll work this forward from here, okay? So, behind us is the crevice that we came out of and come up on the trail on the road here. So you see the road, Bill? From here on in, what I want to do about the road is it doesn't exist for us.
Okay.
Let's get off the road. What the road will represent to us, let's just pretend it's a river we can't cross.
Okay.
And that way you can use it as a marker, but we're not going to walk on it because that's just easy walking. So we want to walk through the desert, right? So that's number one. Number two is, well, how can I put this? I'm going to shut my mouth, and you're in charge now.
I want you to decide where we walk, how we walk, the pace that we walk at, what you want to stop and gather or not gather, and when you think we should stop and make camp. So from here, my friend, your leader. Let's do it, Bill.
Here we go.
You are in charge. Don't screw up. I'll tell you what I'm worried about most tonight. We've already said it. It's this wind.
Yeah.
We're really going to have to think about it.
Like that rock we found back there. It had kind of a little curve to it. That was a pretty sweet place.
Hey, Billy, you talking tinder?
Yeah.
Grass is the best. There's no question about it.
Right.
But look at this stuff here.
Now, yeah, we passed a bunch of that stuff there.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now, I'm going to be honest. I think I've tried that before, and I think it worked well. I can't remember. But
Well, it doesn't hurt to grab some of it.
no, and what I do, this is why big pockets are great in a survival situation. I just start shoving in, so.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's a start. Big thing about tinder, my friend, I find is variety. Not just one type of fibrous material, but 3 or 4.
The local military have somehow figured out we're in the area.
It's checking us out. Let me ask you, Bill, what your parameters are. What your parameters are for what determining what kind of shelter we're looking for. What are the things you're looking for?
Well, number one is a break from the wind.
Right.
Something, I don't know that we're going to be able to get out of the wind completely, but if we can cut it in half or even more, that'd be optimal.
Agreed.
For 2 reasons. One, for temperature-wise, and 2, for keeping a fire going. Because even though we're going to have a fire, I'm also very conscious about the land, and I don't want to set it on fire by having a big gust of wind.
Absolutely, yeah.
Stuff like that. Those are the 2 priorities for me, is wind and breakage of the wind, number one, and a place I can have a fire that we can keep going.
Okay. Any other parameters you're putting in place?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, I don't want to camp on a place that looks like it has loose rocks above you. And also a place that's big enough for 2 of us. You know, I've seen several places that were good if you were just by yourself.
Interesting, yeah.
But there's going to be 2 of us. And that's pretty much it.
Yeah, the other one that's going to be key and vital, a boatload of firewood.
Yeah.
You don't want to be struggling for firewood. So you want, when you finally find a spot you think's got, you know, and that's how you end up compromising because, well, this place is great, but there's 0 firewood. This place is okay, but tons of firewood, and so you have to do your decision on which one you're going to go with.
There was a place back there that was sheltered.
I saw it. You were looking up in the rocks there?
And a bunch of dead trees, but I didn't get up in it to see exactly what.
My worry there was it was really uneven ground.
Yeah,
and it's like,
it is.
where's Bill going to lie? Where am I going to lie? Because that's actually, you got to make a bed in a way, and that's part of the process.
Okay.
All right, let's continue.
Wind, loose rock, room for 2, firewood. It sounds like the same considerations you might make for a camping spot. Yet that's a survival truth. You really should be trying to make yourself as comfortable as possible. If you can't get sleep, survival will quickly become a horrible ordeal.
Okay, so I'm looking at this little area here. It's surrounded by trees, which would be a good windbreak. Looks like it's got good soft soil, so it's not too uncomfortable to sleep in. And there appears to be some firewood around.
Lots of firewood, that's for sure. I mean, just right behind us is a ton of firewood.
We're still going to get the wind, though. It's not as good as a rock blocking you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little more strolling. See if you're right. A rock block would be great.
That's right. He said rock block, not the other thing.
I was just going to say, as opposed to.
Yeah.
I think a way we can work in tandem here is you keep your eyes peeled, look for this spot, and what I'm doing is I'm keeping my eyes also over on the road boundary. As I said, we're gonna just treat it like it's a river we can't cross.
Right.
And that way, you know, just keep us from getting lost, basically.
Right. Oh man, I'm kind of digging this one, Les. We're in between these two rock areas. Firewood.
This is wind-like. You're right, it's the rocks are in the right direction to help block.
The wind is kind of swirly.
It is, yeah.
But I can deal with that because swirly winds aren't near as strong as straight line.
No. The thing about our fire spot is the more rock around it, the more reflective heat we get.
Yeah. The other thing we could do is take some of these pine boughs and lay them down on the rocks.
Oh, that's going to be key, yeah. We want to get up off them that way, and there's plenty of pine boughs here, so. Yeah, I think now we're at 2.5 hours before it hits the hill.
Okay.
Of course, when it hits the hill, it's going to be cold quickly.
Yeah.
So, what's your choice? What's your decision and your thoughts?
I gotta be honest, I think this is the best we've found. And like I said, I don't want to take too much time looking because my guess is the fire's not going to start immediately. We still got to get some wood. There's wood around here, but I just, you know, my thing, I like it just because we're out of that just wind.
Full-on wind, yeah. I agree with you. I think, you know what? My thought is, one of the biggest mistakes that people make, they just wait too long.
Yeah.
If we're going to build a fire, we need to gather firewood. That's work.
Yeah.
If we're going to take boughs off a tree and make a bed to sit on, that's work. And we're going to get tired doing that. So that all takes time. We've got 2.5 hours before that sun drops.
Right.
We could eat up that 2.5 hours pretty darn quickly.
Oh, I agree.
So I'm down. I'm
All
down
right.
with you.
We found our camping spot.
It's often a crapshoot in a survival situation. When time starts getting short, decisions have to be made quickly. And yet, there might have been a cabin 5 minutes further down the trail. Bill's on the right path in terms of his survival thinking. Assess the situation fully and determine your next move before you run out of time. But how will he fare as his energy reserves start to dissipate in the desert wind?
You know, green limbs are awfully hard to break off.
Well, part of the advantage of surviving with more than just one is teamwork. So here's what I will do. Careful now. I know you're a good man with a knife, but I don't want to be the one that lends you a knife. So there you go. I'll lend you my knife. That's one of the things, right? I mean, not everybody has all the tools and stuff, and so you've got to divide duties.
Cutting limbs for a mattress.
The energy you expend in a survival situation has to be on the right activities. Waste your energy on frivolous ideas, and all you do is burn down your strength and burn down the clock. And then you have real trouble. This is why Survival S2 is a lot better than surviving out here alone. Just the same, the sun is setting fast.
All right, so we are, I was just saying to Bill, we're looking pretty here. We've got a lot of firewood, but I'm gonna get a lot more. Bill's been getting all the boughs. We've got a little hole tucked down in there for our fire, and of course it's got a natural reflective wall of all that rock. It's not going to be comfortable on our back, so that's going to be something we have the luxury right now of fixing, actually. Bottom line, Bill, is here's the rule of thumb. We can't have too many boughs and we can't have too much firewood. Okay. So yeah, but working together like this, it makes such a huge difference. I mean, what we've just done in 40 minutes, it was, you know, would be an hour and 15 or an hour and 20 for me. So this is good. We're starting to get settled in here. There's all our firewood. And I'll give him kudos on the location too. I gotta say, we're in this nook and cranny here. You can see behind me, it's a wash, and goes down. But the wind is blowing this way, so we're caught in a nice little crux here, and I think that's going to serve us well. The odd wind is still swirling up in here every once in a while, but I think, yeah, I think it's going to really serve us well to have climbed up into this little downwash area. You can see behind me, tons of firewood that's easily broken. Some of it you got to climb for, but
So far, so good. We'll have to see how Bill does getting the fire going now, because that's all on him. Yeah, so what I'm doing is coming up here and grabbing some big pieces, and I can just walk right over to the ledge, throw the wood down, nice and easy. There, throw this over the cliff.
So yeah, we got the wood pile growing. Gonna get some more boughs. And there's our little home away from home for the night.
Well, Bill is, he's an outdoorsman, that's plain to see. And that helps huge. You know, anyone who's familiar with even something as basic as a campfire. But that doesn't actually take away the intensity of, say, my nervousness about having someone out here. You know, I've still got to get him back safely. That sun is beautiful, but I can feel it getting weak. So, Bill continues down there, more and more boughs. I think we're okay now for firewood, so I can take a break, work on our camp, and then it's all about getting the fire going. You know, we're not far from, I think they did atomic testing really close to here. And so we're not far from a military area. I don't know if it's a base or what it is, but chopper came out, circled us a couple of times, checking us out. We're way out here. And you just got to wonder, how do they even know we're here? They came right to us. But I think it's going to have something to do with the fact that Antonio, who's not with us, he's off now, in a nice safe location, I'm sure, eating food, and I'm sure, being nice and warm, I'm sure, and playing with aerial camera. And I think they get a signal. Now, we're legal, where we are is completely legal, so it's not a problem. But we're close enough that they get the notice. I think that's why they came out. But they came right to us and found us. They haven't come back, so as long as they don't do any target practice on us tonight, we're all right. Have a seat. This was, I was starting to feel kind of selfish up here. I'm like, oh, Bill's got to see this. Have a seat and take a look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow.
And in a silly way, this actually accomplishes two things. First of all, the beauty of it, but also now you know what is all around you.
Right.
You've got a mind's eye of what's around you at this point, and that's really important.
Boy, I tell you what, this is just incredible. I'm trying to block the sun so you get a kind of a view of what we have. So anyway, we've found our little place for the night. We've been collecting pine boughs and firewood. Les is like the king of getting firewood.
Not my first rodeo. I want us to be warm.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a nice night. Even the wind's blowing a little bit. We're down in a little rock crevice, so it's kind of blocked. I gotta tell you something, gang. It's harder than it looks on TV. The filming and trying to get everything ready, and our car is gone. He's somewhere over there in the mountains, and there's no way to get hold of him. So we're here. But it is just spectacularly beautiful. I mean, you come off the desert, and we're in these hills and trees are everywhere. It really makes you feel special in the world. We're in a very special place.
Dude,
All right.
you kind of nailed this one.
I'm pretty impressed. That's far more comfortable than I thought it was going to be. Nice job. Here we go. All right, Billy. It's all on you, my friend. No pressure, though.
No. Okay, so we've done our due diligence. We've gotten our firewood. We got our beds made. Now we're going to attempt to start a fire with this little sparker.
Here we go. So we got the great Bill Engvall with just a spark, just some cattail fluff, and a little bit of grass. And this should work.
Yeah, fire! Oh my God, I did it. I made fire with a sparker.
I think the man's got it. Ha ha! Yeah!
Sweet mother of pearl.
There we go. Now, the magic here is that you saved using a match.
Yeah.
Right? One spark, a little bit of cattail fluff, and some grass, and you've got a fire. So in a survival situation, you're not using up a match.
Oh my God, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah, baby. We're cooking with gas now. This is good. I think this means we're going to want to set ourselves up to get some of the last of our water boiling, make some Mormon tea.
I think that sounds like a righteous idea.
Every survival success, no matter how small, like finding some wild edibles or getting a fire going, serves to build confidence in the lost victim and can bolster you up so that you're ready to take on the next challenge.
Well, okay. Been a really interesting day. Interesting and fun. I made a fire with a spark, and that was really cool because I've never done that before. It's just, I mean, I know I'm supposed to be funny, but this is just magical. Right now, I don't know, 3 o'clock in the morning, we maybe have a different bill showing up on you. But the wind's died down a little bit, thank God. And now we're just kind of sitting by the fire and waiting for the evening to come on. You can tell it's kind of gotten a little different colors around, but man, this is really something everybody ought to do once in their life. It's just, it makes you really appreciate what we've been given here.
There's a couple of things you can't get in a survival situation often in the wilderness. And that is a steaming hot drink and an ice cold drink.
Oh yeah, I bet when you're in the hot.
And you're not going to have ice or anything like that, right? So, and what I find about the hot drinks in a situation like this is it just makes you feel human again. Like, oh yeah, comfort. You know, you just feel like human, like a human. Oh, man.
It's time for the next Bill Engvall challenge.
Thank you. So, just like we did getting out here, I mean, you chose this location, chose to keep walking. Great spot, has a lot going for it, and here we are. I'm gonna do the same thing now from here until morning. Here's the deal. It can get pretty miserable. If it starts getting real miserable, the choice I want you to make, and this choice is based on, like, I'm not basing it on how do I make this easy for Bill Engvall.
Right.
I'm basing it on in a 24-hour survival situation. We've stopped to stay here, but we know we can walk out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We know that. So the choice I'm going to give you that you're going to have all throughout the entire night is, should we get up and walk out, in the dark? We're going to wait till it's dark for sure, but should we get up and walk out in the dark? And why would you have that choice? Because you might find that this fire's not doing it. It got so cold that you'd rather be walking, build up some heat, and walk out through the middle of the night, which is also another experience altogether. When traveling in the dark is something else. It's a whole other ambiance. So what we would do in this case is we would go down to the road, so we'd stay on the road, and we'd hike out the road in the dark. So the choice will be yours to make. Both of them are challenging. Hiking out in the dark and sticking it out in the cold.
Right.
It'll be your call.
Okay.
All right? I won't ask you. I won't bug you.
I'll let you decide. Of course, if you wake up and I'm not here,
You made a decision.
I made a decision on my own accord. I'll warm up the vehicle for you, though.
And then you'll hear this over echo through the mountains. Les, you mother...
So this is the deal. I mean, this is maybe a bit of what I expected. Of course, you come out in a situation like this, doing what I do, exposing someone new to it, and I know one thing for sure that will always happen. They will become entranced by nature. They'll become entranced by nature, and. Bill Engvall already had that love of nature, but you get out here and all of the pretense of being a world-famous stand-up comedian and being funny, and probably the pressure of having to be funny all the time, is washed away because, you're here. And it's stunning and it's beautiful. And he gets it now. And he's done well. But it hasn't got cold yet, and it's about to. In fact, I can feel the chill just standing here at this point. So we'll see how things go from here on in. But what I'm happy about is Bill is enjoying nature. And he doesn't have to be funny. He can just be Bill. There is one other important component of tonight, too, that I've got to ask you. When it gets really cold in the middle of the night, do you prefer to be the spoon or the fork? I like being, honestly, I don't mind being the spoon, but I'm happy to be the fork, too. Keep the cold away.
Jokes aside, sleeping back to back or even spooning has kept many a survival victim warm through the night. But then there's always the hot rock trick.
I don't know why I didn't think of this one sooner, but the other old trick is to take a whole bunch of rocks like this, let them get nice and hot, not like so that you can at least touch them and stuff.
Right.
And they work like nice little hot water bottles. Well, yeah, you'll put it in, and I know it's a rock, but you'll put it in by your thigh or something, and it'll feel great. So try to get them to that point where they're almost too hot. And that's a good stage.
Well, good morning. It is about 6 o'clock in the morning. I made it. I did it. I know a lot of you out there going, oh, 24 hours is not that tough. Let me tell you something. I found, and Les made me do all this. I found our campsite. I made our beds with pine boughs. He gathered firewood. That, by the way, I don't know if you can see, is all gone. I mean, all gone, and that was a big pile. Still a little fire going there. The night was long. Oh my God. I don't think anybody has any appreciation, because it gets dark like at 6, and then it's just now coming up. Les and I ran out of conversation about 9, and then took turns snoring at each other. The good news is we didn't have to spoon. That's a big bonus. But anyway, just want to let you guys know I made it.
I was a little disappointed about that.
Yeah, okay, now he wakes up. Now he wants to chat. I don't know if even Les knows this, but last night about 1 o'clock we had a little creature in the camp. No, but nothing big, but I would like to thank Les for my restless night's sleep for, was it 7 times you brought up the mountain lions yesterday? So we're going to get ready and hike out of here and go get into I'm so going to get a shower, and I'm going to have a soft bed waiting at my hotel, and I am ready.
You are the man.
We now love you. We're literally just coming down now and thinking like, oh man, we gotta buy, like I said, I actually told him we had 7 miles. I didn't tell him it was 10. It was actually 10 miles where he was away from us. All right.
The steepest bank to go down. You know that?
You know. All right, it's your last challenge. Besides, our backs are screwed up anyway.
Yeah. Well, I did it, buddy.
You did it, man. You guys are upland, dude. 'Cause honestly, I was worried. I searched late last night. Like I did a safety check about 10 o'clock.
Did you come this far?
I went down.
You see what I mean?
6 miles. And I was whistling, driving like 2 miles per hour.
See, we never even heard you.
We never even heard the car go by.
Where were you?
We were about 50 yards up in there.
Yeah.
You know, did you have a fire?
Yeah.
Oh, we had a fire.
Up there's a huge rock, and I was driving really slow, sniffing the air and whistling, and I got a whiff of fire. I was like, they gotta be around here somewhere. So I went even slower, and I was like, gonna start honking. I wasn't sure, you know, if you guys were gonna be.
I almost wanted you to honk because I woke up this morning and I thought, and remember I said,
He said, I didn't hear him last night.
We didn't hear him. Oh man, he didn't go by. Then I started thinking about the helicopter that went overhead. I thought, and though I'm not telling you this, I'm like, dear Lord, please tell me he didn't get busted. Please tell me they didn't come in and take him away.
Yeah.
And they're like, we don't care about your friends who are camping. You're coming with us, sir. And we're gonna walk 10 miles, go to the your campground where you were, and be like, oh, and I'm gonna be like, oh dear Lord, oh no, I gotta get Bill Engvall back to the highway. And now we gotta go back 14 miles to get to the highway. All right, congratulations, sir.
It was awesome,
Let's
man. This was about the coolest thing.
Was it?
The night was long.
Yeah.
But you really got a perspective about how small you are on this planet.
You know what's great? We didn't have to walk 2 steps on this road on the journey out.
It's a river. We couldn't
Let's
cross
go.
the river.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, what I did was I told him, I said, just pretend the road is a river and we can see it, but we can't cross it. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Bill and I are going back to Vegas, where they have beds and sheets and pillows. He's got a job to do and I've got food to eat.
Yes, we are.
All right, let's do it again.
Early morning she glances out a window at the dew lay on the ground, drinks a cup of coffee and ponders life itself. How did it ever get so dull? What is life about anyway? She can't live it on her own. What is love about anyway? She can't give it all alone. Wasted, she is wasted, wasted on her own. Wasted, so wasted, naked and alone. Are you hoping I can stay? My soul departed yesterday. Late at night he looks for meaning. He's so lonely it's profound. So he drinks his 12 years and pushes back fear. How did it ever get this dull? What is life about anyway? He can't live it on his own. What is love about anyway? He can't give it all alone. my soul departed yesterday. If you're looking for your life's true meaning, you won't find it in a tear. So walk in forests, swim in rivers, let the wind dissolve your fears. Wasted